Yo, it's working. Sound check. Okay. Microphone is working. Then let's go.
Boarded the 743 from Pierre Lorraine for Rosewater, Western Vespuccia. No baggage to speak of, in the literal or metaphorical sense. Just a little hope. And that doesn't take up much space. Much has been said about the western frontier. The perilous wilderness, the lawless towns, and the tough, hardened folk who make their way out there. Usually to get away from something worse. I suppose I'm about to become one of them myself. There's just one thing Rosewater's got that no place else has. An opportunity with my name on it. The thoughts in my head are running together like the landscape outside the window. Excitement and trepidation and boredom mixing like the scrub and rocks and soil into one long blur. One thing I know, I am ready for a change of scene. Huh. Quiet.
Howdy, ma'am. Allow me to extend the warmest of welcomes on behalf of the town of Rosewater and its inhabitants. Folks call me Jem. And who do I have the honor of greeting?
Harley Legere.
Delighted to make your acquaintance. Might I assist you with your luggage? That is, if you've got any.
I don't.
Ah, right. Well, what brings you to our fair town, Mrs. Legere?
Hey. Ich hoffe, dass jetzt hier kein Echo drin ist mit den ganzen Stimmen. Normalerweise werden Stimmen rausgefiltert im Hintergrund. Na, mal gucken.
Miss. And I'm here about a job.
Planning on sticking around, huh? Say, what line of work are you in?
If you must know, well, I write. There's an opening at the Rosewater Post.
Well, best of luck with that. The editor at that place ain't somebody you want to cross.
Then we ought to get along fine.
I'm sure you will. But as official town greeter, allow me to offer a small caution. Rosewater ain't always such a sleepy little town.
Hey!
Say, I've just remembered another engagement.
This how you welcome new arrivals? I have a mind to give you a thrashing. All right, enough of that. Look, I was no choir girl. But I had the good sense not to get caught. Word of advice, kid. Don't pick your mark in broad daylight, especially not on a lawman's doorstep. Go on, beat it, or I really will give you something to cry about. Now, where in the ether is that damn publisher's office?
Okay.
So they do have the law here, in theory at least. End of the line. Until they connect it up from the coast, anyway.
Howdy, stranger. Fresh off the train?
Yes, sir.
Come on in then. Let's have a chat. I'm Sheriff Gamble.
Harley Legere.
Pleasure. Just passing through, or...
I'm here about a job.
Well now, that's refreshing. Few come to Rosewater these days with the intent of staying long. How are you finding our town?
Sheriff Gamble, huh? Sagt das was über seine Angewohnheiten aus? Schöner Ort, sehr malerisch.
I can't say much for the welcoming committee.
Beg pardon?
I wasn't in your town but 2 minutes when I was accosted by a pair of gutter snipes. They should thank their lucky stars I was in a good mood.
I keep telling Jim to stop with that town greeter malarkey, but that boy's got a head harder than granite. I've been too soft. I ought to throw him in lockup until he gets his head on straight.
Trust me, that'll only make things worse. Besides, I don't think they've yet written a statute outlawing vexatiousness.
You've a forgiving nature, Miss Legere. Anyhow, welcome to Rosewater. If you run into any more trouble, come and see me.
Okay. Das Setting in das OBS geändert. Schauen wir uns doch mal um hier.
I wouldn't have figured the sheriff for a naturalist. Fancy yourself a lepidopterist?
Hardly. Picked that display up from a passing rag and bone man. But I like when the sun shines on their wings just so. Real thing of beauty.
A lawman with a license? Guess Rosewater isn't so uncivilized after all. Does this license mean you went to sheriff's school?
No, it means I was officially elected to the position by the people of this town. The paper is really just a formality.
Reminder, confiscated items to be placed in the box below. Reminder,
October 25th, 1850. Dear Miss Legere, thank you for submitting your sample. Your writing shows real potential. I'd like to extend an invitation to meet with me at the offices of the Rosewater Post and discuss the possibility of an extended commission. How soon can you arrive in town? I await your reply and look forward to making your acquaintance. Yours, Joan Gallagher.
What's this? A letter from Joni?
That's right. The whole reason I'm here.
Well, Joni has an instinct for these things.
A plain leather bag. Wonder what's inside. What's in the bag?
Oh, that's a set of lockpicks I confiscated from a would-be burglar.
I can't just swipe these from right under his nose. Looks like a pretty rough sort. This fellow still at large?
Yep, but I reckon he's left the province.
What a peculiar decoration. Hey, Sheriff?
Yes, ma'am?
Why have you got a horseshoe hanging above the door?
Ah, glad you asked. My grandpappy told me a story about a blacksmith who was visited by the devil. The devil asked the smith to make him a horseshoe for his own hoofed feet, you see. So, the blacksmith took a red-hot horseshoe and nailed it straight onto one of his hooves. The devil howled out in pain. He begged the blacksmith to take it off again. The smith agreed, but on one condition. The devil must always respect the horseshoe and never enter any place where one is hung above the door. Hell of a story, wouldn't you say?
Impressive collection. Hey, Sheriff?
Yes, ma'am?
What's the story with these guns?
Now these are standard issue repeaters. Pretty powerful rifles. Thankfully, I've yet to use one in the...
He'll notice they're missing.
Wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of one of these.
Hey, Sheriff?
Miss Leger?
What was the story?
Ah, glad. My grandpappy told me a story about a blacksmith who was visited by the devil.
He'll notice they're missing.
The devil asked the smith to make him a horseshoe for his own hoofed feet, you see.
Doesn't look too comfy.
So, the blacksmith took a red-hot horseshoe and nailed it...
Hey, Sheriff?
Huh?
Sorry to interrupt, but does this cell see much use?
Nah, not really. Well, that's fine by me. The less I have to clean out that pot, the better.
Not a bad view. Hey, Sheriff?
Yes, ma'am?
What's this photo of?
That's a view of Colchester, where I grew up. All things considered, I still do miss the place.
He'll notice they're missing.
It ain't exactly a metropolis, but it's got character. My folks still have a ranch there. Been me.
Those are some stern-looking ladies. Hey, Sheriff?
Yes, ma'am?
Who are the people in this photo?
Those are my sisters, Lord bless them.
Der hat doch wirklich zu allem was zu erzählen, oder?
Beulah's a real firebrand. She'd smack you across the face soon as look at you. She did to me plenty. Irma's a real sweetheart. Don't think I ever met a kinder soul. I hope she's doing well. Mary was always my favorite. The trouble we used to get into when we was kids.
Ich glaube, wir brauchen irgendwas, um die Tasche auszutauschen. Sprechen.
Can't be a good sign when even the blacksmith goes out of business. No shoes for you, horsies. Soft drink crates. A sugary, fizzy way to beat the heat. Nothing inside but a colony of ants. Shame. I could go for a sarsaparilla. The local sawbones. This is where all the sharp knives and strong drugs will be kept.
Oh, hello there. Don't think I've seen you around before.
Just arrived in town. Name's Harley Leger. And you're Dr. Sedgwick?
At your service. Welcome to Rosewater and to my clinic. Anything in particular ailing you today?
I could use something cool to drink. It's hot as blazes, and I am this close to having a conniption.
You'll want to visit the Jack of Diamonds at the end of the thoroughfare. My stock doesn't offer much in the way of refreshment, I'm afraid.
Wouldn't expect to hear a doctor prescribing a visit to the saloon.
A sarsaparilla or weak beer, drunk in moderation, can be a perfectly healthful and thirst-quenching beverage. I'd recommend it over water in any case.
That's impressively clean.
Cleanliness is next to godliness, as they say, and good health starts with good hygiene.
That's
Cleanliness and... I fail to see what the purpose of showing me this letter is, Miss Leger.
Quite a variety of potions and tonics you've got here, Doc.
It's only a small part of the bounteous pharmacopoeia that nature might make available to us, if only we knew her secrets. There is so much to be discovered.
Hi, Mario, grüß dich. Ist es jetzt immer noch? Ich versuche das Mikrofon jetzt einfach mal auszuschalten, während da irgendwelche Gespräche stattfinden.
Have you actually read all these books, Doc?
I have. They also serve for reference. Learning is a lifelong endeavor.
Medical College of Wicks? Never heard of it.
It's in central Rotterdam. Not quite the University of New Britannia, but then what is?
Ja, ich schalte das Mikrofon jetzt immer aus, damit das nicht mehr passiert. Also solltest jetzt eigentlich die letzten Dialoge nichts mehr doppelt gehört haben, oder?
Well, that's just disgusting.
Not disgusting, it's fascinating, awe-inspiring.
To each his own. I imagine you get your hands pretty dirty in this line of work.
It's for clean. I am positing that the thorough wash...
Drowned a little.
Something like that.
Na, dann passt das ja. Dann spreche ich nur, wenn gerade kein Dialog ist.
Hey, Doc, is that mess of noodles really what our insides look like?
Indeed, Miss Leger. The human body truly is a marvel.
I suppose that's one word for it.
Haut eigentlich die Qualität hin? Also die Soundqualität dürfte eigentlich ganz gut sein. Ja, ich habe jetzt auch bei dem Mikro einen Haufen coole Filter drin und so weiter. Es sollte kein Hall mehr sein, kein nix. Und ja, wie sieht das mit der Webcam aus? Haut das hin so?
This is the place.
Perfekt. Das Mikro klingt dumpf und halt. Guck mal, ob die Filter aktiv sind. Sollten sie aber eigentlich sein. Test. Klingt das jetzt besser? 1, 2, 3, Test. Ich spreche einfach mal. Test, Test, Test. Es ist dolle störend. Ansonsten, ich kann ja mal den Filter ausmachen, aber ich glaube, dann wird das noch schlechter klingen. Warte, ich gucke mal. Filters. Test 1, 2, 3. Ist jetzt besser? Test, Test, Test. 1, 2, 3. Test, Test, Test. Okay. Das Dumpfe ist weg. Okay, warte mal. Ich werde mal noch was anderes versuchen. Ähm, Filter. Blende. Okay, wie klingt denn das jetzt? Ist es jetzt wieder dumpf oder haut es jetzt hin? Test 1, 2, 3, Test, 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 Test. Hallo, 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 hallo. Test 1, 2, 3. Cool. Na gut, machen wir weiter.
Holy hell! Are you alright, mister? Don't you move. I'll fetch the doctor to have a look at you. Doc, come quick. I've got an emergency.
How can I be of service?
Some poor fool's just fallen out a window.
At the Rosewater Post?
Yes. How did you...
Sounds like Joni's in a mood again. Let's go.
Here he is, poor bastard.
Oh, dear.
Nichts zu danken.
Hello? Can you hear me? I'm Dr. Sedgwick. I'm here to help you. Can you move your legs? Spine seems intact, no obvious fractures of the arms or legs. That, I would say, is nothing short of a miracle. Right. He's in a bad way, but he'll live. I'll get him back to my clinic and patch him up. You are truly a good Samaritan, Miss Legere.
It was nothing. If you'll excuse me, I have an appointment to keep.
Of course. God bless.
Hello, can I help you with something?
I'm here about the writing commission.
Ah, yes, you must be Miss Legere. I believe you and Joni exchanged some correspondence on the matter already, yes?
Yep, got the letter right here.
May I see it, please? Very good. Oh, one more thing. Joni's not one for formalities. First names will do.
Noted.
Go up those stairs and knock.
Thanks. What's your name?
Henry Dixon, ma'am. Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Likewise.
Magst du denn solche Spiele? So Point-and-Click-Adventures? Wie geht's dir eigentlich?
Cozy. That cabinet's better organized than I'll ever be. They seem to be pretty active around here. I hope that means steady work. Impressive piece of machinery.
Come in.
Hello, Joan. I'm Harley Legere.
Ah, yes. Nice to finally put a face to the name. Please take a load off. Whiskey?
Bit early for me, but thanks all the same.
Sensible. I like that. I, however, have had a morning, so if you don't mind. Say, have we met before? Something about you seems familiar.
I don't believe so, no.
Well, let's get down to the meat and potatoes, shall we? If you're going to join our little family here, I'd like to know more about you.
Me? Well, I was born and raised in New Britannia. Got out, made my way west, and started writing. I saw your ad while I was up in Pierre. Thought a change of scenery would do me good.
Well, admittedly, Rosewater isn't as cosmopolitan as it used to be, but maybe you'll find it to your liking.
There hasn't been a dull moment since I stepped off the train.
Speaking of, your writing sample had me in stitches. I haven't spent much time in Lamplight City myself, but your descriptions of the toffs in Lyon, hilarious.
That piece was inspired by my last visit a few years ago, actually.
Oh? What brought that about?
I had to go back and settle my late brother's affairs.
Oh, I'm sorry. I hope it wasn't in connection with that awful business at the Lamplight City Expo.
Oh, no, it was before that.
The Expo disaster was a national tragedy, of course. But you know, I can't help remembering it as the week our paper sold more copies than it has before or since. Isn't that terrible? But enough about that. Let's get back to why we're here. I loved your sample, and I like you as well, Harley. So I'm going to go ahead and offer you a commission. I'll pay you 45 crowns for it. After that, we can talk about more regular opportunities.
Hot damn. So, what's my assignment? A scathing commentary on Rosewater's decline? Or maybe a hard-hitting expose on the plight of the marginalized criminal youth?
Oh, no. Nothing like that. I want you to interview Gentleman Jake Ackerman.
Who?
Oh, the other one. You've been living under a rock. He's a true Western legend. The Achilles of our times. We've got a real opportunity here. Star like that landing in our little town. I'd like something in the vein of your sample. Acerbic and mordant. But maybe not quite so acerbic.
So, a puff piece.
Good, you're paying attention. I want you to make Rosewater look good too. Show me a real frontier hero in a real frontier town.
Where can I find this Jake fellow?
He's taking rooms at the Jack of Diamonds just down the road. And his show is opening today at the Opera House. So he should be around for an interview. I don't know how you're situated here, but you're welcome to use the typewriter in the office.
I only write longhand, but I'd certainly be grateful for a quiet place to work.
Longhand. How charming. Now, if you have any questions before you go, by all means, ask.
Noch da, Mario?
So, who was the man that went out your window? Not another writer, I hope.
Oh, God, no. You're the only applicant we've had. Don't worry about him. Just a rabble-rouser with an axe to grind. Thought he could burst in here railing about my journalistic integrity. Most folks stick to writing letters to the editor. I tried to calm him down, but... well, it didn't go that way.
I see. The Rosewater Post reported on the Lamplight City Expo?
It was only the biggest story that year. I still got copies of the article saved. Here, read it for yourself.
Ah, sehr cool. Naja, ich hoffe, ich nehme dir jetzt nicht den Willen, das Spiel selbst zu spielen. Oder willst du einfach mit mir zusammen erleben jetzt? Samstag Shop, das ist eine Katastrophe, die Influencer Menschen während der Verfügung. Ich lese das jetzt nicht alles vor. Das ist mir zu viel. Dafür ist mir die Schrift zu klein und zu viel Text.
Can I keep this?
Frame it if you like.
Eigentlich ein deutscher Entwickler? Das muss ich direkt selbst mal. Oh fuck, ich habe das Mikrofon die ganze Zeit ausgehabt. Scheiße. Ich habe gerade mal so ein bisschen geforscht. Der Entwickler ist ein, also das Studio ist Ganislav Games und der Entwickler selbst ist Francisco Gonzalez, der wohnt in Brooklyn, New York, aber das Publisher-Studio ist ein deutsches, in Heidelberg. Ja, einfach so mal eine kleine Background-Info. Ist jetzt natürlich blöd, dass ich das Mikrofon aus hatte. Gut, machen wir weiter.
Any insight you can give me about the town?
It's a far cry from what it used to be. In a way, it's nice not having to hear the noise from the saloon at all hours, but, oh, I don't know. Folk who moved on took some of the charm with them.
What about the folks who stayed behind?
What about him?
I was hoping for more details.
Far as you're concerned, the only person in Rosewater worth knowing right now is Jake Ackerman. If you're so keen to know about the rest, go meet him for yourself.
I'm curious, how did the Rosewater Post get its start?
Well, my dad was a union man. He worked the printing press for the Allied Fall Creek Miners Cooperative. Pamphlets, labour news, that sort of thing. Then the mine owners brought the Blackburns in to bust the whole operation up. My dad was laid up for months and could never work again after. But we still had to eat, didn't we? I took all the equipment from the old shop and started printing up an early version of the Post just to bring a little money in. At first, it was all just community notices and advertisements from local stores. Over time, I got the hang of the whole journalism thing and turned it into a real newspaper.
Also was die Optik des Spiels angeht, habe ich gemischte Gefühle. Was ich nicht so mag, ist, das zeige ich gleich, wenn das Gespräch hier vorbei ist, dann kann ich dir das zeigen.
I don't want to seem ungrateful, but couldn't I write about something else? My style's more observational than, talking to people. I don't know that that's really my strong suit.
We're talking, aren't we? If you want to write for this paper, you're simply going to have to stretch yourself beyond what you might be accustomed to. Besides, it's not as if you have to say anything particularly brilliant. Just get your subject talking and take notes. Finish this assignment and maybe the next one will be more to your liking.
I'd best be on my way.
Right you are. Wait a minute.
What?
It's just come to me. I know why you look familiar. You're Spitfire Harley.
Goodness. It's been a long time since anyone called me that.
I saw you fighting back in 26 at Wellesley Hall in the Chum. You took out a brute twice your size with a right hook. Pow! It was like watching David bring down Goliath.
I appreciate the kind words, but that was another life.
Maybe so, but for a 14-year-old kid fresh off the boat, it was pretty damn inspirational.
Thanks, Joan. Appreciate it.
Of course. And please call me Joni.
Ja, also was ich nicht so mag, ist halt, ich kann mir halt hier so Interest Points anschauen, indem ich die mittlere Maustaste drücke. Wenn ich jetzt laufe, stoppt die Zeit. Ich weiß nicht, ob ich das so geil finde. Und das mit den Xen, ich weiß nicht. Mit der Protagonistin bin ich auch noch nicht so richtig grün. Ich weiß nicht, ob ich die so geil finde, aber vielleicht muss ich mit der auch erstmal noch warm werden. Was den Grafikstil angeht, es erinnert mich stark an so die ganzen Spiele, so Indiana Jones und Monkey Island und so. Das hier ist natürlich grafisch noch ein bisschen hübscher, ja, aber es hat trotzdem so diesen alten Retro-Charme. Und allein die Auflösung des Spiels sagt natürlich auch schon viel aus. Aber ich finde das jetzt auch nicht unbedingt schlimm. Ja, ich lasse mich überraschen. Ich gucke es mir jetzt einfach an. Ob das auch mit der Leertaste geht? Nee, das pausiert das Spiel.
That's quite a stick.
A memento from my grandfather, back in County Donegal. Comes in handy now and again.
I hope fixing that window won't be too expensive.
I may just leave it for a while. I'm enjoying the breeze.
Is this the first edition of the Rosewater Post?
Yep, March 30th, 1845. One of the best days of me life.
You support Leroy?
I'm a proud Labourite, sure. I'll admit he hasn't been my favourite PM. But the way things were going with Atwood and the Tradists, this place would have been swallowed up by an automated newspaper conglomerate. Labour Party gets me vote any day of the week.
Fair enough. Fascinating device.
Isn't it just? To think, I can send messages from here to Bright Bay with the press of a lever.
What will they think of next?
No time to waste gabbing, Leger. Get out there and write.
Okay, let's go.
See you later, Joni.
Take care of yourself out there. Spitfire Harley, writing for my paper. Now don't that just beat all?
Excuse me?
How can I be of assistance?
bin gerade überlegen, ob ich vielleicht auf ein Headset umsteige, so dass kein Echo mehr drin ist, wenn gesprochen wird. What the fuck? Okay. Ich habe jetzt ein Headset auf. Jetzt sollte das Echo weg sein. Muss ich mal gucken, ob das Spiel jetzt auch das richtige Ausgabe benutzt. Sounds. Wiedergabe. Okay.
What's to know about this town?
You picked a fine time to arrive, Miss Legere.
Okay,
Why is
jetzt
that?
haut's
A few
hin.
years back, you could hardly drive a wagon through the street. It was so full of folk coming and going. I'm sure you've noticed
kein
that's no
Echo mehr
longer the
sein.
case.
So where did everyone go?
Wherever the Orem actually is would be my guess. There's still some prospectors hanging on, convinced they'll find something everyone else missed. I'm sure they'll all come to their senses eventually.
If they all go, where will that leave you?
Why, getting by, I imagine. Peaceful, quiet life. The railroad still brings some traffic. Folks on their way further west or shipping goods back east. Although not as many as before the transcontinental airship line opened up. Easier to sail clear over the country than ride the rails halfway. Suits me fine, though.
Wie lange arbeiten Sie hier?
Been working here long, Mr. Dixon?
Oh, about 5 years. I was the first one Joni hired on shortly after launching the paper. Was a farmhand before that. Keeping books is much nicer than tending cow pens, let me tell you.
Wie ist das eigentlich? Soll das Mikrofon lauter oder der Ingame-Sound lauter oder leiser irgendwie oder passt das?
Exactly who was that gentleman just took a tumble out your second-story window?
I haven't a clue. Devil of a fella. Just busted in here and went straight for Joni's office. He wouldn't be put off, but insisted on speaking with the editor immediately. Said he intended to lodge a complaint. Suppose Joni didn't take too kindly to his manner of lodging.
Those are some mighty fine whiskers you've got.
Oh, why, thank you, Miss Legere. The missus tells
Okay,
me I
super.
ought to shave, but I'm
Ich
fond of
durftest da
them.
jetzt gar
As you
gar
should
nichts
be.
hören irgendwie. Also ich kann jetzt praktisch Ingame-Sound und sprechen gleichzeitig.
Anything I should know about the townsfolk?
Can't really help you there. I'm just a simple family man, and we keep to ourselves.
I'll leave you to your work.
Appreciate it, ma'am.
Excuse me?
I'd love to chat, Miss Legere, but I'm a...
Don't let me distract.
Was your meeting satisfactory, ma'am?
Quite so. Did you find any of those butterscotch sweets I asked for?
Afraid not. Only taffy and some peppermints.
Pity. This place seems to lack even the smallest of pleasures. Shall we?
Alexa, Licht aus.
Shabby, but I've been to worse. Wonder if the whiskey here is any better than the rock gut back in Pierre. Horse pills? Is that pills for horses or pills made from horses? Or both?
Oh, the game crashed. Okay. Okay.
Wonder if the whiskey here is any better than the rock gut back in Pierre. Horse pills? Is that pills for horses or pills made from horses? Or both? Looks like it's been up for ages. Wonder if they ever caught the guy. Or maybe he retired from crime. Or died of old age.
What the fuck? Ich werde noch was anderes versuchen. Versuch mal OpenGL, vielleicht funktioniert das besser. Das ist natürlich doof jetzt, ne?
Food delivery for the lazy. Now that is mighty tempting. Excuse me, kid, I need to get upstairs.
I'm really sorry, miss, but Mr. Ackerman's not taking any more meetings right now.
Warum sieht die Grafik jetzt schlechter aus, ne?
It's important I speak with Gentleman Jake.
I'm sure. Of course, he always tries to make time for his admirers. Mr. Ackerman's upstairs getting ready for his show. It starts in less than an hour. Why don't you come by and watch? You can come meet him afterwards.
I just need to interview him for a newspaper article.
Well now, that's perfect. If you're going to write about him, you You should definitely see the show. Trust me, he's a real dazzler.
Suppose it beats waiting around here. The local populace getting sloshed.
Mach mal kurz was ändern.
The local populace getting sloshed. The local pop... I bet that piano hasn't been tuned since the De Leon administration. She's making the best of it, though. Someone's hunting trophy. Business seems slow today. Probably a good thing. For 20 coppers, it had better be one hell of a show. Dr. Bennett Clark, Master of Ethericity. All right, the Ethericity fellow. I didn't know he was working out here. Betrayal, murder, revenge, classic stuff. Never works out that way in real life. Never heard of this one.
Machen wir jetzt den ganzen Tag. Okay.
Locked.
Oh ja, klar. Okay. Ich glaube, wir müssen nochmal zum Sheriff. Mal gucken, wie es den Patienten geht.
Hello again.
He doesn't look half bad, all things considered.
No, he was lucky. Once I'm done here and the laudanum wears off, he should be right as rain.
Hey, can you hear me?
Oh, I wouldn't try talking to him just now, Miss Legere. I gave him a mild narcotic to numb the pain. He'll be out of sorts for a while.
Hey, Doc.
Miss Legere.
So, how's the medicine business?
What a question. I'm a physician, Miss Legere, not some two-bit snake oil salesman.
Didn't mean to imply you were.
I'm sure. At any rate, I've not had many patients of late. This poor soul is the only one this week. But that is the physician's dilemma, is it not? We are taught that idleness is a sin. But better that I am idle and the townsfolk healthy than my surgery be full of the ill and infirm.
Got any knowledge to impart about Rosewater?
Oh, well, it's a fine town.
You don't sound too enthused.
I'm sure you'll find plenty to see and do here.
Give it to me straight, Doc. I want to know your thoughts on this place, warts and all.
Were Rosewater one of my patients, I would say the prognosis is not good. Not since all the Aurum claims dried up and the airship routes opened, leapfrogging over our rail line. The hangers-on keep this place gasping for breath, but I fear they only prolong the inevitable. I hope I haven't discouraged you, but you did ask my opinion.
If things are so bad, why not pick up and move elsewhere?
I swore an oath to do no harm, Miss Legere. As the town's only physician, leaving would mean abandoning my patients. There may not be many left to call on my services, but when they do, I am the only barrier standing between them and the grave.
Isn't that a bit dramatic, Doc?
Say what you will. I know where I stand on the matter.
Kann niemand anders ihren Platz
Why
nehmen?
not train somebody to take over for you?
I did have an apprentice not long ago, my ward, Nadine.
What happened to her?
Oh, this is no kind of life for a restless young person. I encouraged her to put her talents to use elsewhere. She's ministering to the local native tribe now.
Who is this tribe?
I'm afraid I don't know much about them, just that they have a small village somewhere in the valley. I believe they call themselves the Audam? Autumn? I'm not certain of the pronunciation. At any rate, they don't come to the town, and I imagine the townsfolk mostly let them be as well.
You must know all about the townsfolk.
I am well acquainted with all their ailments, proclivities, and vices. But if you're just seeking gossip, you'll have to find it elsewhere.
I'll see you later, Doc.
Do take care of yourself.
Okay.
I hope that isn't the town water supply.
Wolltest du was trinken? Nimm.
Welcome back, Miss Legere.
Hey, Sheriff?
What can I do you for?
Just how long have you been the sheriff here anyway?
Oh, a couple years now. Like most everyone else, I came to Rosewater in '48 when we thought the hills were full of Aurum. Except I stayed when it turned out they weren't.
You were a prospector?
Yep. But it turns out lawman was a more stable career.
Bist du noch da, Mario, oder habe ich dich jetzt verscheucht mit den Quests? Ich streame übrigens auch auf Twitch, falls du lieber auf Twitch gucken willst.
A man in your position must have plenty to say about the town he serves.
Suppose that's true. But a stroll down Main will tell you most everything you need to know.
Can you tell me about Joan Gallagher?
Whew, I've yet to meet anyone with a more fiery temper. My advice is to stay on Joni's good side.
Is Doc Sedgwick on the up and up, or is he one of those frontier quacks?
Oh no, Doc Sedgwick's tried and true. Well, he saved the town from a yellow fever epidemic just last year. The Doc's pretty much the glue holding this town together. Leastways, that's what he's fond of telling everybody.
What's the story with Gentleman Jake?
Which one? If even half of them are true, he's a lion among men, a real Western hero. But you can catch his show while he's in town and hear it straight from the source.
I saw a lady coming out of the saloon earlier. She was older, fancy looking, sounded old country. Any idea who that is?
Can't say it rings any bells. Wonder what someone like that'd be doing in Rosewater.
Anything of interest in the surrounding area?
Not really. The San Bernardino Valley don't offer much in the way of sightseeing. There's an army fort, Fort Beaumont, and an abandoned relic that used to be a laboratory. There's also an Indian village on the other side of the valley, but you'll want to steer clear. I've heard tell they can be real territorial. But all that's outside my jurisdiction. When you leave my town, you're taking your chances out there.
Ich komme auch ganz gut ohne dich klar.
Were you aware that a man was thrown from the window at the Rosewater Post?
Is that right? Who was it?
Never saw him before. Looked New Spanish.
Is he alive?
Yes, he's in Doc Sedgwick's care.
Well, that's good. Sounds like I need to have words with Joni, though.
Thanks for the chat, Sheriff.
Come back anytime.
Ich brauche immer noch die Dietriche. Wie komme ich da ran? Habe ich irgendwas zum Austauschen? Ich könnte vielleicht die Zeitung da reinlegen. Lass mal versuchen.
Hey, Sheriff?
Miss Leger?
What was the story?
My grandpappy told me a story about a blacksmith who was visited by the...
Sheriff Gamble will definitely notice if I swap this for the bag.
The devil asked the smith to make him a horseshoe for his own hoofed feet, you see.
Sheriff Gamble will
So, the blacksmith took a red-hot horse...
I'm really sorry, Sheriff.
Not a problem.
Okay.
Looks sturdy, but there's some rot creeping around the handles. This padlock's not going anywhere. Not without encouragement.
Good to see you again.
Excuse me?
I'd love to chat, Miss Leger.
Don't let me
No time to waste gabbing.
Okay.
See you later, Joni.
Take care of yourself out there.
These seem to be for decoration. These seem to be... Warning. Watch the dang door. Signed, Management. Excuse me, kid. I need to get upstairs.
I'm really sorry, miss, but...
It's important I speak with Gentleman Jake.
I'm sure. Of course. He always... Mr. Why don't you come by and...
I just need to...
Well, now, if you're going to write about... Trust me.
Suppose it beats...
Gentleman Jake...
Scenes from the wild country. A night campfire, a wild horse, and a bear in the mountains. Sure would be something to see all that up close and personal. Except maybe the bear.
Ich bin jetzt am Anfang des Spiels schon stuck, oder was? Nach 743 von Pierre Lorraine nach Rosewater, Westphalia. Nennenswertes Gepäck und wirklich auch übertragene Summen. Ich besitze nichts, das es wert wäre, mich damit zu belasten, nur ein wenig Hoffnung, die Zukunft. Es ist schon viel über die Grenzen des Wilden Westens gesagt worden. Die gefährliche Wildnis, die großen Städte und die Zahl der zähen abgehärteten Menschen, die dorthin verirren. In der Regel wird es Chance kommen. Eine Sache. Ich bin jetzt auch nicht unbedingt drauf schloss, wie es weitergeht.
Gentleman Jake's show will...
Ja, das tun wir jetzt schon seit Ewigkeiten, dass die Show gleich losgeht. Shit. Ich Platz nehmen hier. Ah, jetzt steht da hinten jemand. Der war vorhin nicht da. Okay.
You again?
Oh, hey, Harmony, was it?
Harley. What in the ether are you doing here?
Oh, you're not still sore about earlier.
Nah, but your little friend might think twice about hoodwinking strangers again.
Look, nothing personal. My brother and me are just doing our best to get by.
Hang on. Your brother? I ought to knock you into a cocked hat.
Hey, you gotta look out for number one.
You picked the wrong mark, but I can let that go. Hell, with a little effort, you two could be halfway decent grifters. But if there's one thing turns my stomach, it's disloyalty. That's your flesh and blood. If you don't have your own brothers back, who else on this wretched earth is going to give a flip if you're alive or dead?
You made your point. Now can we drop it already? I'm trying to do an actual legitimate job here.
Legitimate job? So you're not selling snake oil or stock tips or fire insurance?
Nah, nothing like that. I'm selling tickets to Gentleman Jake's legendary Wild West show. Only 20 coppers.
Ja, was für Zufall, dass ich genau 20 Kupfer dabei habe.
I'll take one of those tickets.
Swell! And when would you like to come see the show?
Whenever it starts?
Oh, you mean today? Oh, well, I'm afraid I gotta disappoint you there. Sold the last of today's tickets not 10 minutes before you walked up.
Seriously?
Seriously, this ain't exactly the Coliseum. It only fits so many, and folks around here are real excited to see Gentleman Jake in person.
All right, look. I don't need to see some yahoo firing off his pea shooter. I just want to talk to this Jake fellow.
And I'm sure Gentleman Jake would be happy to meet you if you had a ticket to get in. Course, I might be able to sneak you in quiet-like, but I'd be putting my job on the line, and I can't afford to lose it now. After all, I have my little brother to look after.
Just tell me what you want.
Only a small favor.
Spit it out.
Just help me retrieve something. A small item of great personal value. It's only my pa's pocket watch. Family heirloom, you see.
What happened to it?
It was stolen is what? By that one-eyed scalawag Lola Johnson. Probably stashed it away in the old smithy. She's been squatting in there for weeks now.
Wofür ich die Dietriche brauche.
Where'd your brother get to? Keeping out of trouble?
Matter of fact, he's trying to make good after that screw-up earlier. Decided he's gonna try and get Pa's watch back all by himself. He's real tore up over losing it.
If he's doing it, then what do you need me for?
Why, it's clear he ain't cut out for the job. I tried talking sense into him, but he's dead set on it. Wants to prove himself. But he'll be in real hot water if he gets caught, which he probably will. That's why I'm asking you to do it before he goes and does something stupid. I can tell you could pull it off. No problem.
The blacksmith's got a giant padlock on the door.
So?
So I'm not breaking into private property?
I told you the place is abandoned. Lola's squatting in there. Besides, it's not really breaking in if you're retrieving something stolen. Sheriff Gamble won't trouble himself over it, trust me. And if you run into Lola, I'm sure someone like you can handle her.
If this Lola stole from you, why not report it to the sheriff?
Oh, come on. I thought you was sharp. That lazy tyrant would cuff my brother and me soon as look at us. It's just the two of us. Me and him against the world. We got no one else to turn to. So, will you help us out?
You said you and your brother needed money. How about 2 crowns?
Well now, that's mighty kind of you. But this don't
Nice
change the
to
deal.
hear.
Why, you little bastard.
You want in, you gotta do me that favor.
Weiter.
Let me in, or you're going to be sorry.
Aw, come on. It's really not a big deal. It'll take you 2 seconds.
It's hard to get around.
Not interested. You can keep those crowns to pay the doctor.
Already?
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, are you ready for some thrills?
Nee. I do it a legit way.
You again?
Oh, hey!
What? You bet your scrawny ass I am.
Look, nothing personal. My brother and me are just doing...
Hang on. You hell. But if you don't who
You may... Now,
now
I'm only...
I'll take one.
well, I'm afraid I sold the... See, this ain't... And folks...
All right.
And if... course, but I'd be... And I, after...
Just tell me.
Only...
Spit.
Just... It's only my...
What happened?
It was probably...
The blacksmith.
And
Where'd your brother?
Matt, just he...
And you're letting him risk his neck again? He'll be collared in no time. Like as not, you'll never see him again.
Oh, I know. I tried talking sense into him, but he's dead set on it. Wants to prove himself. But he'll be in real hot water if he gets caught, which he probably will. That's why I'm asking you to do it before he goes and does something stupid. I can tell you could pull it off. No problem.
That kid deserves better than getting strung up for doing your dirty work. Call him off. I'll handle it.
Swell. You know where to find me.
Hey, kid.
Yeah?
Wait here. I'll be back.
I look forward to it.
Looks sturdy. This padlock's not too bad I didn't bring my lockpicks. Or...
Welcome back, Miss Legere.
Hey, Sheriff?
What can I do you for?
Are you acquainted with Lola Johnson?
Not really. She mostly keeps to herself. As long as she don't cause trouble, I'm willing to overlook the squatting.
Thanks for the chat, Sheriff.
Come back anytime.
A bag of lockpicks. Tempting. I can't just swipe these from right under his nose. Hey, Sheriff?
Yeah, that's... It ain't exactly a metropolis, but it's got character.
He'll notice they're missing.
My folks still have a ranch there. Been meaning to pay him a visit.
I'm really sorry,
Not a...
Nothing inside? Shame.
Hello again. I'm afraid I haven't the time.
Oh. Hey.
Oh, I wouldn't. I gave him a mind.
That's impressively...
Cleanliness and good...
Oh, da ist eine Tasche. Mensch. Genau die brauche ich.
What's in the pouch?
Oh, just some supplies for house calls and emergencies.
Dann mal weg, da.
I hope that is...
Welcome back, Miss Legere.
Hey, Sheriff?
Yes, ma'am.
What?
That's... All things considered, I still do miss the place.
Got him. Not the best quality lockpicks, but they'll do in a pinch. This should be easy to pick. Just have to remember that rhyme I taught Bill. Good thing I wrote it down in my journal. I should have this open in no time. Learned it by heart as a tyke. Confound this.
Wie konnte ich nochmal meinen Logbuch? Tagebuch D. Okay. Was ist das für ein Schloss?
Looks sturdy, but there's some rot creeping around the handles. If I use my bare hands, the only thing I'll get is a broken wrist. But if I use something heavy...
Medienhaken frei. Was ist das jetzt für eins? Das ist ein Vorhängerschloss. Wackle mit dem Schlüssel. Nimm die Schlange. Und mache es lange. Lange, richtig. äh,
This padlock. Hellfire, am I losing my touch? Good thing I wrote down the. What?
I don't get it. Pack damit den Schlüssel, um Spaß zu beginnen und nimm dann die Schlange. Hab ich. Und dann mache es lange. Lange, richtig. Was? Was ist für ein Bullshit, Alter?
I should have this open in no time. It's just like the rhyme. Learned it by heart as a tyke and scribbled it down for posterity. I should have this open and learned.
Mhm.
A snake pick. Best type for getting the job done quickly. I should have this. Learned it by.
Das ist lange, lange richtig. Lange, lange richtig. Left, left, right, right. Daraus soll man kommen. Hm.
Hot damn!
Oh Gott, ey.
That could be a good spot to stash something. Emptier than that fool Jem's head. Well now, what have we here? Got what I came for. Best not to stick around.
Really?
I'm not really in the mood to tempt fate.
Ich will mich da weiter umgucken. Was ist denn das für eine Kacke?
Hey, kid.
Yeah?
Wait here.
I look for...
Hello again.
Welcome back.
Hey, Sheriff?
Now, my grandpappy told me a story about a blacksmith who was visited by the devil.
He's still close enough to see me.
The devil asked the smith to make him a horseshoe for his own hoofed feet, you see.
Hey, Sheriff?
Huh?
Sorry to what was...
That's a view. My folks still have a ranch there. Been meaning to pay him a visit.
Got him. This should be easy. Good thing I wrote. Hot damn! Just worthless trinkets. Empty. Well now, what have we here? Got what I came for. Best not to stick around.
Okay, das war woanders, oder was? Ja, okay, never mind. Okay, hier gibt's also nichts anderes.
Fancy. Too bad there doesn't seem to be a pawn shop in town. Hey, kid.
Yeah?
Here's your watch back.
No fooling. You actually got it?
They didn't used to call me Housebreaker Harley for nothing.
Hey, I'm impressed.
Anyways, that's my part of the bargain held up. You gonna let me in now?
Sure, go on. Oh, and thanks. I know we've had our tiffs, but I really do appreciate you getting this for me. My dear departed pa can rest easy again knowing his watch is back where it belongs.
That's not your watch at all, is it?
Well, it is now.
Kid, if I were you, I'd make myself scarce. Otherwise, the only way you'll be able to tell the time on that thing is by squatting over a mirror. You get me?
Yes, ma'am.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, are you ready for some thrills? Are you ready for some excitement? Are you ready for some fun? Then without further ado, may I present the star of our show, the last man standing at the Bleachbone Gulch Showdown, the only man to defeat Bastard Billy Boakes in a duel, the man who discovered a gentleman, then gifted it to an orphanage, Gentleman Jake Ackerman!
Ja, ist typischer Western-Name, hm? Ackerman. Dein Pferd fehlt ein Stück vom Arsch.
Thank you, Charlie, for that wonderful introduction. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Gentleman Jake's Wild West. We got a heck of a performance for you today, but first, allow me to introduce my brave and loyal assistant, Danny Luo. Now let's get this show on the road. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you rope a steer. Keep it going, Danny. Maybe you'll lasso yourself one someday.
The sun beat down upon them as the duelists stood and stared. But Billy Boakes had never fought somebody so prepared. Jake drew his gun, and bang! The bastard crashed down with a thud. The legendary foe lay dead, defeated, in the mud.
And now for a most challenging proposition, perhaps the greatest feat of marksmanship to which a man can set his sights. You see those 5 juggling balls that Charlie keeps whirling aloft in such a dizzying display? Ladies and gentlemen, affix your eyes on that green ball in particular, and do not dare blink. For with but a single bullet, I will pluck it from the very air. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is our show. Thank you all so much. You've been a truly magnanimous, magnificent, and majestic audience.
And you can take home a piece of the legend. Come on down to the Jack of Diamonds to get an autograph or a souvenir ferrotype. We'll be there until last call. Stop by and shake hands with Gentleman Jake.
Ladies and gentlemen, good night.
Beeindruckend.
Locked.
I'm telling you, Jake, I need that money tonight.
You knew the deal going in, Charlie. There's nothing I can do about it.
We'll see about that.
Hope I'm not interrupting, gentlemen.
My friend here was just saying his farewells. Weren't you, Charlie? Please do pardon that unpleasant display. What can I do for you, my dear?
Name's Harley Leger. I'd like to interview you for the Rosewater Post.
Well, shucks, it would be my pleasure, Miss Leger. Shall we go upstairs to my room? Beats standing out here in the dust.
Lead on.
Miss Leger, permit me to introduce my associate, Danny Luo.
We've met, actually. Not formally, I suppose. Nice to properly make your acquaintance, Miss Leger.
Likewise, Mr. Luo.
Please, you can call me Danny. Everybody does.
So what did you think of the show? Pretty spectacular, huh?
Yes, that's definitely the word for it.
I'm glad you think so. Shall we proceed with the interview?
Right. Danny, you're Gentleman Jake's closest associate. I'd like to hear your perspective.
Me? But I thought this interview was with Mr. Ackerman.
Oh, go on, Danny boy. Tell the lady what you think of old Jake.
Well, Mr. Ackerman's been very kind to take me under his wing. He's taught me loads about showmanship and being brave. Really, I couldn't ask for a better mentor.
Aw, hell. You're gonna make me blush.
You're clearly a man of great deeds. Which would you say has been your greatest?
I value all my accomplishments equally, Miss Legere. To single any one out would diminish the others. I couldn't bring myself to do that.
What a noble sentiment.
I like to think so.
Is there anything that frightens the mighty gentleman Jake?
You know, somebody once told me, fear is only as deep as the mind allows. When you deal with the type of folks out on the frontier that I do, marauders, bandits, desperados, your fears have got to be shallow. Otherwise, you won't last 2 seconds.
How did you come to pick Rosewater as your latest venue?
Simple. Plenty of folk in this town are looking for a good show. I ain't so hoity-toity as to think El Presidio or Los Virgenes are the only places worth visiting. After spending all day bent double over a pan in a creek or working his keister off down in a mine, a man is entitled to some amusement, wouldn't you say?
Hey, Jake, don't you have an appointment with Miss Sally this evening?
Damn, you're right. Sorry to cut things short, Miss Legere. I've got another engagement I need to prepare for.
I should have plenty for my article. I appreciate your time.
Well, I look forward to reading your story in the next edition. Danny, see the lady out, would you?
Das wird so perfekt, wa?
Good meeting you, Danny. Guess I'll see you around. Not to worry, gents. Jake's all yours. Hey, you were in the show. Nice juggling.
Thank you, ma'am. Jake! Get your ass out here right now, you four-flusher.
Now, what's all the ruckus?
Don't play the fool with me, Ackerman. You know damn well why I'm here. You might think you can give me the runaround, but I wonder if my friends here won't convince you to pay up.
Charlie. Didn't anybody ever tell you only cowards get others to solve their problems for them?
You slum-guzzling bastard. I'm gonna fix that wobbling jaw of yours.
Come on up here, then.
Are you sure you won't reconsider, Charlie?
Shut the hell up and get out of my way. McGuire, take care of the kid. Let's dance, cowboy.
I suggest you clear out while you can, little lady. This could get ugly.
From where I'm standing, it's pretty damn ugly already. Hey!
So that's how you want it, huh? Fine. I'll let the boss deal with you when he's done. Hey! Don't start any trouble, lady.
Whoopsie daisy.
Hey, nice one.
Not the most honorable way of winning a fight, but these boys were hardly playing fair.
Hey, Charlie. Looks like your guys weren't as tough as you hoped.
Woo-wee! That got the old blood pumping.
You've got some interesting associates, Mr. Ackerman. If you'll excuse me, I have an article to write.
Hang on just a minute. I'd be a fool to just let you walk away after that performance. Come on back up here. I've got a business proposition that may interest you.
What about Miss Sally?
Oh, she can wait. All right, Miss Legere, I won't beat around the bush. Danny and I are looking to get some folks together for a job, and I think you'd make a damn fine addition to the team.
What sort of job?
Ever hear of Dr. Bennett Clark?
No, I don't think I have.
He was the lead scientist researching that ethericity stuff. Before the ban, that is. Dr. Clark moved out here not long after the big disaster back in Lamplight City. He kept up his research, even did some demonstrations at the Opera House. Till one day, he just up and vanished. Nobody's seen hide nor hair of him in nearly a year.
Okay, so get to the point already.
We're going in search of Dr. Clark's fortune.
Come again?
The feller was loaded. Somehow he managed to talk a bunch of big money investors from back east into financing his research. All those gizmos and doodads don't come cheap, you know? We find his stash, we'll all be rolling in it for years to come.
Stash? What stash? Surely it's all just numbers on a ledger somewhere.
Nope. I'm telling you, he kept his assets in cold, hard cash.
So you're looking to rob a man blind just because nobody knows where he is?
Now, nothing so uncouth as that. Picture this, a swashbuckling pirate captain, his vessel freighted with treasure. The vast fleets of law and order circling him, closing in. He digs a hole in the sands of some sun-kissed tropical beach to conceal his ill-gotten loot and makes himself scarce. Circumstance conspires to deprive him of the opportunity to return. Now, is the brave treasure hunter who seeks and unearths the bounty guilty of robbery? Or is he just returning to the world what would otherwise lie forgotten and worthless? See, we're not after Clark's personal wealth. The money in question was meant to bankroll his etheric research. Since that's been outlawed, he can't touch it. And it's a drop in the ocean for the investors. They'll never miss it.
How many folks are you planning on bringing into this?
That depends on what we find. But I promise you, we'll all get a fair split. Enough to make it all worthwhile.
What's your plan?
Clark had a lab nearby, a couple miles outside of town. Last place anybody saw him. We poke around there, retrace his steps, and it should lead us straight to the loot.
Uh-huh.
Now, call me crazy, but I get the impression you're not entirely convinced.
Mhm.
Why on earth would you think that? Couple of folks I don't know from Adam asked me to help them hunt for some money that probably doesn't even exist. How could I not be convinced?
I admit we're asking you to put a lot of faith in us. Hell, I'd probably be just as incredulous were I in your position.
Mr. Ackerman's a good man, Miss Leger. He's never led me astray in all the time I've known him.
I appreciate it, Danny, but I think Miss Leger's gonna need a little more than just your word. Look, I've known quite a few moneyed folk in my time. They all got one thing in common. You know what that is?
They couldn't give a rat's ass about folks like you and me.
I admit I cannot emphatically contradict you there, but not what I meant.
So what do they have in common?
They're good at keeping their money safe. Clark's cash is out there, I just know it. As far as your safety, you just took out a couple of brutes twice our size. It's plain to see you can take care of yourself.
I'm pretty good with my pistols, and Mr. Ackerman can talk his way out of anything. But we could use somebody who's good in a fight.
Besides, stick around old Jake long enough and you'll have enough material to write a whole book. Forget a measly little write-up in the local rag. I'm offering you a front row seat to a much better show. So, what do you say?
All right, Mr. Ackerman. I'm in, but try anything funny, and I walk.
Understood.
You won't regret this, Miss Leger.
We'll set out for the lab at daybreak. And please, call me Jake.
Dr. Clark's laboratory is a short hike from Rosewater. After getting run out of Lamplight City, this is where he went to ground. A secluded desert facility where he could get up to who knows what. Jake, Danny, and I head there at first light to see what secrets he left behind.
quite a sight, ain't it?
I'll say. What the hell was Clark doing out here?
That's a question for minds greater than ours, Miss Legere.
Can we talk?
What's on your mind?
I've got some more questions about you.
I'm always happy to answer.
How'd you and Danny get together?
I was packing up after a run of shows in Quick Point, having a hard time of it. You see, my assistant had up and left a few days prior, so I was flying solo.
Your assistant left? Why?
The showman's life ain't for everybody. I don't fault him for it. Anyhow, Danny comes up and offers to help with the crates. You should have seen him. Eyes wide, hands shaking, downright charming. So Danny gives me a hand and we get to talking. Turns out he's got experience roping and shooting. Even gave me a demonstration. I offered him the job as my assistant on the spot. The rest, as they say, is history.
Would you care to recount some of your previous adventures?
I'd love to, but I'm afraid now just ain't the time. Soon as we have a respite, I'll be glad to regale you.
I'm impressed, Miss Legere. Never thought I'd live to see the day Jake refused to tell his story.
Just how did you come to learn about Clark's money?
Not long ago, I got to talking with a feller at the saloon. The whiskey had loosened his lips and he blabbed all about the success of his Aurum claim. But then he told me about how he'd invested most of that Aurum in Clark's research and how he wasn't the only one.
And you're certain these investors won't be wanting their money back?
Can't speak for the rest, but this feller won't. See, his aforementioned loose lips got him into trouble with some other folk. Poor bastard was shot dead in the street.
I see. Enough jabber. Let's push on. How are you holding up, Jake?
Oh, just fine, just fine.
Hey, Danny?
Ma'am?
I want to know something about you, Danny.
Okay. Like what?
Have you got any family?
Sure. My parents and older brother live on the coast, near El Presidio. I write them every month. I haven't seen them in a dog's age, though. But Jake's been like family to me, really.
Just how old are you, anyway?
I'll be 21 this winter, but I can handle myself just fine if that's what you're worried about.
True enough. Danny's more experienced than some folk twice his age. You'd be a fool to underestimate him.
You and Jake known each other long?
Gosh, that's a good question. I guess it's been about 2 years?
Sounds about right.
Time goes by quick when you travel around as much as we do.
What did you do before becoming Jake's assistant?
Oh, nothing glamorous. I was a stable hand in Quick Point. Life with Gentleman Jake is certainly more, lively.
We should get a move on.
Horrifying business, but if it hadn't happened, we wouldn't be here right now.
Those poor people at the expo. So much death. Wow, it must have been real exciting getting this letter.
No need to show me your credentials, Miss Legere. Mighty handy set of tools to have around.
I had a friend who was real good at lockpicking.
Guess it shouldn't come as a surprise that the front door is not wide open for us.
That's a serious-looking lock.
Way too complicated for these lockpicks.
So, how are we supposed to get in?
Know if there are any locksmiths in town?
I'd prefer if we handled this ourselves. My old pal Captain Stokes is stationed nearby at Fort Beaumont. He owes me a favor, or two.
Maybe he could give us some high-powered equipment to get inside.
You read my mind, Danny boy. Wouldn't do any harm to take a look around out here first, though.
Hey, Danny?
Ma'am?
Got any of your own ideas on how we might get into the lab?
Well, I think Jake has the right idea. We should ask for help at the fort.
We should get a move on. Can we talk?
What's on your mind?
Have you had any new ideas?
Not a one, I believe asking at the
Enough jabber. Looks like Clark missed his last mail delivery.
Doing some tidying, are we?
We might find some use for these. Come help me. I can't carry them all myself.
Hey, I ain't gonna start bellyaching if you want to go around collecting refuse. Might fetch us a few shillings if we sell them back at the Jack of Diamonds.
There you go. And some for you.
Thanks.
Empty sarsaparilla bottles. Seems to be from another scientist.
February 12th, 1850. Dr. Clark, I hope this letter finds you well. Upon hearing news of the reactionary and ignorant ban our leaders have seen fit to impose, my thoughts went to you and your thankless labors in the wilderness. When they hounded you out after the expo, and I wouldn't be surprised if Leroy's cronies sabotaged your display to discredit you, you were undaunted. After enduring such a trying year, I know how much building that lab out there meant to you. A turning point in your fortunes, or so it seemed. Yet I am sure you will persevere once more. One day when rationality again prevails in the halls of government and this silly thing is lifted, I hope to take you up on your offer of a tour. If you've returned to the bosom of civilization by then, all the better. With warm regards, Dr. Roderick Nethersole. P.S. How you managed to rig a TT-180 console to control both your equipment and door mechanisms still baffles me. Mine is destined for the scrapyard.
Dr. Clark sounds like a really smart guy.
That bit there about the console is interesting.
Wonder if Dr. Clark boarded these up himself. Locked up tight.
Whoever closed this place up really didn't want anybody getting in.
This is one of the sturdiest locks I've ever seen.
I think we're gonna need to get creative. The fort stockpile might have something that could help.
No use. This lock is way too complicated.
I think we're gonna need to get creative. The fort stockpile might have something that could help.
The good doctor was pretty self-sufficient out here.
What are you doing? This is no place for sightseers.
And just who in the ether are you?
Such disrespect. You toy with forces you do not understand.
The lady asked you a question, sir.
Heed my warning. Stay away from this place. Its mysteries are not for you.
Hey, wait! You forgot your... hat?
What was that all about?
Good question. Tinfoil. Why was that man wearing it as a hat?
Appreciate it, but I've already got a hat.
No thanks.
This isn't really my style. No sign of that odd bearded fellow. I wonder where he scampered off to.
I reckon we got ourselves bigger fish to fry right now, Miss Leger. Hey, look, a show!
What a racket.
She's pretty good, though.
Anda! Hey, Danny?
Ma'am?
Who do you suppose that odd bearded fellow was?
I don't know. But I hope we don't run into him again. He gave me a strange feeling.
We should get a move on. Vaya. Can we talk?
What's on your mind?
Any idea who that odd fellow with the beard was?
Not a clue. Sure seemed a few cows short of a herd, didn't he?
I'll say. Let's hope he doesn't cause us any trouble. Enough jabber. Let's push on. Híjole! Nobody in sight, but I'm sure there are guards somewhere. Hey! Anybody in there?
What is it?
What do you all get up to in this place?
I'm really not at liberty to say, ma'am.
Would you happen to know anything about the lab just over that way?
No, and quite frankly, I don't care to.
We'd like to come in, please.
More unannounced visitors? Must be my lucky day. What country exiled you?
None. We just want to speak with Captain Stokes.
Afraid he's indisposed.
Why don't you tell Stokes that Jake Ackerman needs a word?
Gentleman Jake?
At your service.
We're not in the market for entertainment. It's like I said. Oh, dad blasted. Would you knock it off with the shooting already? I can't hear myself think!
You call yourself a soldier when the sound of gunfire sets you quivering like a coward? Pathetic.
Look, I can't help you. I'm sorry.
I wouldn't be asking to see Captain Stokes if it wasn't important.
I opened the gate for the last person who said that. And what did I get as a reward? His two cronies. No man.
Carry on.
Right.
Caramba!
Excuse me? I said, excuse me. Hey!
Caramba, you made me miss! What do you want?
Who are you, and what are you doing out here?
I am Marisol de la Vega, Lieutenant General of the Constitutional Army of New Spain. My compadre is Corporal Eugenio Garcia.
Pleasure. I'm Harley Leger, and these are my associates Jake Ackerman and Danny Luo.
Good to meet you. In answer to your second question, Eugenio and I are practicing our shooting while we wait for our jefe to conclude his business.
Who did you say you were waiting for?
Our leader, General Filomeno Marquez. Surely you've heard of him.
Afraid not.
Híjole, it really is true. Vespuccians don't pay attention to anything unless it happens right in front of their faces. You do not know of the new Spanish Revolution?
Should I?
Ugh.
What about this revolution, then?
I do not have the time or the despicable non-imperialist periodical if you can find one, and you might learn something.
Do you know anything about the laboratory just over yonder?
That abandoned wreck is a laboratory?
It was at some point.
Clearly you know more about it than I do.
Say, do you think you could practice your shooting somewhere else?
Why?
The fort guard isn't happy about the noise.
Well, then maybe he should choose another profession.
That's all for now.
Thanks, gringa. Vaya. Híjole! Why are you giving this to me?
I thought you might be able to use them for targets.
A fine thought. Put them on the wall over there. My thanks. Anda!
Hey!
You again. What is it now?
You're pretty good, but I bet I can beat you at shooting.
I am the best shot in New Spain.
Care to prove it? How about we use those bottles I gave you as targets?
Very well. Prepare to be humiliated.
Say, Jake, could you give us a hand?
My pleasure.
How many bottles are there?
About 30.
Then we will each shoot at 5. Whoever breaks the most wins.
Sounds fair.
I am feeling generous this morning. Would you like the opportunity to practice first?
Yes, actually.
Very well.
Ready with those bottles, Jake?
Yep, get ready. Set, and coming.
Damn it!
Bottle in the air.
Damn it!
And coming.
Damn it!
And coming.
Nice shot!
And coming.
Let us hope you improve very quickly. All right, for real this time.
Ready, set, here we go.
Ha! You missed.
Here we go.
Damn it!
Here we go.
Ha! You missed.
Here we go.
Damn it!
And coming.
My turn.
And coming.
Anda!
Bottle in the air.
Dale.
And coming.
Anda!
And coming.
Ha ha! Take that!
Here we go.
Caramba! I win! Better luck next time, sweetheart.
Can we talk?
What's on your mind?
You're good with your gun. What's the best way to hit a moving target?
Oh, well, I find concentration is key. Just visualize hitting the target and you won't go wrong.
How about an encore of your juggling ball trick? Beat that lady at shooting, and we can get her to practice elsewhere.
I see. Not a bad plan, but I make it a point never to perform without a crowd. Ask Danny. He's a good shot, but a little practice couldn't hurt him.
How are we supposed to...
Good question, but the guard's ornery as a mama bear with a sore teat. We need to figure out how to get on his good side.
Enough jabber. Let's push on. Hey, Danny?
Ma'am?
How can we get...
The guard seems maybe he'll warm to...
You said before you were good with your pistols. Any advice on how I might best that...
Moving targets aren't. Best advice I can give is to try shooting just ahead of where you think it'll go. Of course, I could give it a try myself if you want.
We should get a move. Hey!
You again?
I wasn't quite
If you... Remember, whoever... Get on with it!
No need for name... Ready, set, bottle in the air!
I'll get the next one.
Incoming!
I'll get the next one.
Here we go! Bottle in the air!
I'll get the next one.
Bottle in the air!
Pure luck! My turn!
Bottle in the air! Bottle in the air!
Another Nice try, but...
Perhaps...
Caramba!
Hey!
You again?
Third time's the...
I'm beginning. Let's get this over.
Ready, set, here we go!
Nice shot!
Bottle in the air!
Hot damn!
Bottle in the air!
Hot damn!
Here we go!
Pure luck!
Bottle in the air!
You missed! My turn!
Incoming!
Damn!
Incoming!
Take that!
Here we go! Bottle in the air!
Dale!
Bottle in the air!
Híjole! What? You beat me? Don't believe this. Beaten by a... pinche gringa pendeja. Eugenio, vámonos de aquí.
Nothing worse than a sore loser.
That was some great shooting, Miss Leger.
Thanks, but it was sheer luck. I've never really handled a gun before.
Could have fooled me.
That thing has seen some action. Hey, guard!
What is it?
Sure is a nice, peaceful morning, isn't it?
What happened to those cacophonous varmints?
They took their business elsewhere. Now, would you be so kind as to let us in?
So long as you promise to keep it down.
Deal.
Well now, what have we here?
I appreciate your hospitality, Captain, but I must admit I am perplexed by the change in your position.
It's not my position, General Marquez. It's the position of the government of the Commonwealth of Vespuccia. I have some discretion in the execution of my orders, but I'm sure you can appreciate that there's a chain of command.
I am, of course, most grateful for the aid you have rendered in the past. I am sure that your recommendations carry weight with your superiors. If you would be willing to lend your influence in support of our cause.
Perhaps we can speak of this at another time, Mr. Marquez. As I said, I have other concerns to deal with.
Of course. I look forward to our next meeting.
Captain Stokes, you're a difficult man to see.
Ackerman, how the hell are you?
Leave this to me. I'll have Stokes eaten from the palm of my hand.
Good day, Captain. Madam? Just a moment. I have seen you before.
That's right. I'm glad to see you on your feet again. That was a nasty tumble you had.
Of course. The newspaper office. I owe you my thanks.
Happy to help.
What's your name, anyway?
Harley Leger. This is Danny Luo, and over there is Jake Ackerman.
Sir?
I am General Filomeno Marquez. Though Filomeno seems to be difficult for you Vespuccians, so you may call me Phil.
Phil it is. Good to meet you.
And you? What brings you to the fort?
helfen. Sagen wir mal die Wahrheit.
We're looking for help getting into the abandoned lab back there.
And why might that old ruin interest you, eh?
We were thinking it might make a nice hotel. Just need to spruce it up a bit. Then we can charge folks for rustic desert stays.
A Vespuccian with a sense of humor. I suppose stranger things have happened. In any case, there may be something in there to interest me as well. In fact, I could get the laboratory open so we could both go in, if Stokes were not so stingy with his munitions.
How do you mean?
My specialty is demolitions and explosives. I just do not have any on hand right now. I thought perhaps the captain might once again be willing to assist a fellow warrior in a righteous cause, but...
It's like I told Mr. Marquez, my hands are tied. Much as I'd like to help, I've got enough to worry about with my men missing. In fact, I was just heading out to search, so if you'll excuse me.
Hold your horses, Captain. How about we come with? I'm sure you could use the extra eyes.
It's mighty kind of you, Ackerman. Can't promise it'll be safe, though. We'll be going near native territory.
Come on, Stokes. You forget who you're talking to? I laugh in the face of danger. We'll ride with you.
Your friend is quite the braggadocio, no?
That's Jake for you, as colorful as they come.
You're all in, then?
Apparently so.
I will accompany you as well.
Sorry, who are you?
Y'all can get acquainted on the trail. Let's get going. Sun's almost up. Appreciate y'all coming out with me. Strength in numbers and all that.
Our pleasure, Captain.
Exactly who is it you're looking for?
My first lieutenant, John Mulberry.
So when did your man go missing?
He left leading the patrol last evening and they never returned. I just hope the natives didn't get him. Things have been a bit tense of late.
How do your soldiers and the natives get on with each other?
Not too well, I'm sorry to say. We've allowed them their space, left them in peace, but somehow that ain't enough. They seem temperamentally disposed toward causing trouble.
Have you tried asking what's upset them?
Listen, Legere, with all due respect, you've no idea what you're talking about. We've already given these folks an inch, but they have taken a mile. The government's tried appeasing them with treaties and such, but those ain't worth the paper they're written on. You'd sooner reason with a coyote.
Well, I think... Ah!
Engines!
So far, we have been stymied in our efforts to search Clark's laboratory. Captain Stokes let out a search patrol, and he let all us supplicants tag along. But it wasn't enough to deter the native war party that ambushed us. Stokes slipped the trap laid for him, leaving us four to stand in his stead. Now we await intelligence of our captors and some sign of our fate.
Well, isn't this a fine turn of events?
Hey, Danny?
What is it?
Relax, Danny. It'll be okay.
You think so?
Sure. If these folks meant us any harm, they wouldn't have bothered capturing us.
I didn't think of it that way. I sure hope you're right.
Were you able to see how Captain Stokes fared?
I lost sight of him when I got knocked off my horse. Sure hope he made it, though.
You and Jake must have gotten into scrapes like this before, right?
Well, I have, yes. Although it was before I met Jake. But is this really the time for stories?
Fair enough. Perhaps another time. Got any thoughts on how we might...
They took my guns, so you should ask Jake.
Phil?
Eh?
I never imagined volunteering for a search party would include free accommodation.
I must say, of everyone I have shared a jail cell with, you have the liveliest sense of humor.
So, this isn't the first time you've been locked up?
Certainly not. At least these people seem more hospitable to their prisoners than the Spanish.
Did you see what became of Captain Stokes?
Yes, though I wish I had not. Pinche cobarde.
That doesn't sound like a good thing.
He turned and ran. Took his men and abandoned us. To think I held him as a man of honor. Bastardo! Whoa!
Easy there, Phil.
Forgive me, but I cannot abide a deserter.
It takes a low sort to abandon someone who's counting on you. Got any suggestions for how we might get out of here?
Not just yet. I want to see how things play out.
What do you mean?
Something about this does not feel... We know very little of our captors. I cannot divide...
I'll just be over here. Did smashing that...
It did, yes.
I suppose all of these were made here. Empty.
For now.
Completely empty. It's quite ornate.
It is noble to find beauty, but perhaps...
Dried corn.
If that's all there is...
Hey, Jake?
Miss Legere?
Making yourself comfortable?
Not really. His bench is hard as a rock. Could do with some back support, too. But it's as good a place as any to think of a way out of here.
Surely a fellow of daring do like yourself has been in a predicament like this before?
More times than I can count.
How'd you manage to get free?
Well, you gotta understand, every situation's different. Easiest way's usually bribing a guard. But sometimes, you gotta get creative. Well, this one time But no, that wouldn't work here.
Why not?
'Cause I'd need a few things, and coming by them in here will be next to impossible.
If you've got a plan, it's at least worth trying.
I reckon you're right. Main thing I need is something pliable, like wax or soft wood. Then something sharp to shape it with, and finally some shiny material. Metallic looking would be best. Find me those things, and we might be in business.
Did you manage to see what became of Captain Stokes?
No, I was a mite preoccupied. Just as well. If I'd known he was running off, I'd have shown him a thing or two.
I'll leave you to your thoughts. Will this work for what you need?
Shiny and metallic. Perfect.
This sharp enough for you?
It'll do, it'll do.
Smells like lye. A block of soap. Now, if only I had some water. Is this pliable enough for you?
This'll do nicely. Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle. You got everything.
Sure did. Now, will you tell me about this plan of yours?
I'm bluffing our way out of here. Give me a few minutes and you'll see what I mean. Voila!
You carved a gun out of soap and wrapped it in tinfoil?
That's right.
It's certainly creative, I'll give you that.
Necessity is the mother of invention, as they say. Anyhow, soon as somebody comes in, I'll draw this and catch 'em off guard. You knock 'em out in the confusion, then we make our escape.
And you have confidence this will work?
These folk don't know firearms, they can't tell the difference.
But, what if...
Hello in there? I'm coming inside.
Well, ain't this fortuitous?
Greetings. I'm Nadine. I've come to...
Hands up!
Is that a fake gun?
Yes?
Don't mind my friend here. Nadine, was it?
Yes, Nadine Redbird.
Harley Leger. Wait a minute. Weren't you Doc Sedgwick's apprentice?
That's right. You know him?
We spoke briefly, and he took care of Phil over there.
That's good. I do miss working with him.
Does that mean this is a medical call?
The chief sent me to make sure none of you were hurt. She also wants to speak with whoever's in charge of your group.
That would be me.
All due respect, sir, but after that little trick you just pulled, you're out of the running.
I'll go then.
All right, come with me. I bring you Miss Harley Leger, representing the captives.
Thank you, Nadine. You may return and tend to the others.
I will.
Enter and be welcome. You may call me Chief Lutzi. I am responsible for the people of this village.
Pleasure's all mine.
You have violated the borders of the Autumn Nation, duly established by recognized treaty with your government. Miss Leger, why are you here?
Captain Stokes is missing some troops, and we were helping in the search.
You serve Stokes. Curious, you do not dress like a soldier.
We have nothing to do with the fort.
Who are you then?
I'm a journalist for the Rosewater Post. My companions and I are researching Dr. Bennett Clark. We only came to Stokes to ask for help getting inside the abandoned laboratory on the other side of the valley. Thought maybe you could spare some dynamite or something. But first we had to ride with him to find First Lieutenant Mulberry and his missing men.
I see. What did he tell you of us?
Let's just say he didn't paint a very pretty picture.
Unsurprising. Do you share his opinion?
I have little to go on, but being taken prisoner isn't usually the start of a good friendship.
The Autumn mean you no harm, Miss Leger. However, for months, the fort soldiers have routinely violated our borders and harassed our people. Just last night, a band of them came, led by this man, Mulberry. They attacked us in our fields and set fire to our crops.
Were there any casualties among your people?
No deaths, although a number were burned or wounded in the fight. As for Mulberry, we captured him. He is under guard in one of our empty storehouses. Stokes has turned our village into a prison, and now he is recruiting civilians to come after us. I fear this will not end until everything we have has been turned to ash. But I cannot allow that. Something must be done.
You're right. Can we help you in any way?
I believe so. And you can get what you're after as well.
I'm listening.
Our scouts have observed an army wagon making regular deliveries to the fort from Rosewater. It comes in the night, when few others are willing to travel, and always it arrives a day or two after the train stops in town.
Then that would be... tonight? I just arrived on the latest train into Rosewater.
Yes, exactly. I cannot know for sure, but I believe this wagon carries supplies, along with weapons and munitions. The soldiers use these to strengthen themselves, then come and deprive us of what little we have. If you and your people were to obtain them, it would be to our mutual benefit. we would have a means of defense. You would have the tools to enter this laboratory, and Stokes would be deprived of his armaments.
You're certain they'll be carrying something that's worth the risk?
I am certain that doing nothing is a far greater risk.
Tonight, then, huh?
Tonight, or not at all. The cover of darkness will be to your advantage. Our scouts have also noted that only 2 men guard the wagon.
Guess I'd better tell the others and get to planning.
You are welcome to rest here in the meantime.
Thank you, Chief Lutzi.
May the Earthmaker guide you.
Everyone in good shape?
Mr. Lua has some minor bruising, but your friends are otherwise healthy.
Good to know. Hey, fellas, come on out here. We got some business to discuss.
I take it your meeting with the chief went well?
It did. These are good people who can help us if we help them.
Helped them? With what?
With Stokes and the fort. Turns out the reason Mulberry didn't come back is that he was taken prisoner while conducting an unprovoked raid on this village. A raid Stokes himself ordered.
What?
Army soldiers have been crossing into Otham territory and attacking them without justification.
It's true. I have treated many of the wounded myself.
Hijo de la... We cannot let this injustice stand.
That is troubling. But what can we do about it?
Chief Lutzi suggested we hit him where it hurts, the fort's supply chain. So we'll be carrying out our own raid on a delivery wagon.
And to think just yesterday you were having reservations about robbing folk. Reckon it's true what they say about the frontier changing people.
It may be stealing, but we're doing it to help the Otham. I can live with that.
Sometimes one must perform distasteful acts in service of a righteous cause.
Now listen up, because we've got some preparations to make. And the wagon will be coming through tonight, according to the chief. We can get the munitions Phil needs to get us into the lab, along with some weapons and supplies for the Otham.
The old 1-2 punch. I like it.
Only question is, what's the best approach?
I'm thinking we create a distraction. We get the wagon to stop, then you and I keep the driver occupied while Danny and Phil sneak the stuff out.
I prefer a more direct approach. You said the wagon was poorly guarded, eh? We have enough fighters to overpower them. When they see they are outmatched, we should be able to take what we need without firing a shot.
Wouldn't it be better to do this without drawing any attention? You could set up a roadblock, then sneak out what you need while they investigate.
All good plans. Have you got anything, Danny?
No, but I think we should be careful. Something like this could so easily go wrong.
So, what's it going to be?
Let's go with Nadine's suggestion.
I do think it's best if none of us are seen committing this act of banditry.
Agreed. This is a stealth job. Nadine and I will search the wagon. You boys hang back and take whatever we unload. Well, we better get ready. Let's hope this goes off without a hitch.
What in tarnation? What's all this crap in the road? Oh, they don't pay me enough for this. Buford, get up here and help me.
We should hurry. I don't think we'll have long.
Looks like it's full of apples. Help me with this, would you, Nadine? This looks promising. Jackpot. Here's some dynamite.
And a good cache of firearms. These should serve the Otham well.
There's also a letter.
What does it say?
It's a manifest. Hang on. Here's the combination for that safe.
Whatever you do, be quick.
I'll be damned.
What is it?
Bars of Aurum. Lots of them.
Odd. Why deliver these to the fort?
Good question. Too bad they're marked. We could have had a nice payday, but at least there's a bit of loose cash in here. I think this one is rifle ammunition. Let's get this out of here.
We haven't much time left.
Seems to be full of pickled fish. The fort's soldiers are definitely well lubricated. Judging from the smell, this is corn flour. No indication of what's inside.
A good cache of...
These crates are marked Beaumont.
It's strange that there are so few compared to the others.
These crates are...
It's strange.
Some basic cookware for the fort. Doubt it's a culinary paradise. Spare linens. Nothing we need. They're all marked Rosewater.
Isn't this delivery coming from Rosewater?
Seems to be full of pickled fish. Nadine, help me unload this.
We should go. The guards won't be distracted forever.
Right. Let's get out of here.
You have come back to us. Did you obtain what you needed?
Yes, with this dynamite, getting into the lab will be quite easy.
Then I am glad the raid proved fruitful.
Chief Lutzi, I am curious. Now that you can arm your people, what is your plan?
I can certainly understand your curiosity, General Marquez.
You know me?
We are close enough to the new Spanish border to keep informed of current events. To answer your question, we will defend ourselves. Peace has not worked against those who wish to harm us, so we must answer them with force.
You strike me as a wise and capable leader, but allow me to offer one piece of advice. Do not underestimate your enemy. Nothing angers a tyrant like a show of resistance.
I appreciate it, General, but I believe we will overcome.
I truly hope you do.
We found something else. A safe filled with Aurum bars.
And you did not take any?
They were all marked. Traceable. We'd have no use for them.
Caramba. It is always something, isn't it?
The last thing we need is the royals on us for stealing their Aurum.
The royal police? Nah, out here they'd send in the army. Or God forbid, the Blackburns.
The Union Busters?
Unions, heads, you name it.
The big question is, why send Aurum to the fort?
An intriguing line of inquiry, but I ain't sure the fort's dealings should concern us.
Perhaps not. But I am curious as well. Something unusual is happening here. Stokes was all too happy to aid our cause before my exile. Now he acts like a stranger. It cannot be a coincidence. I am going to charge my Lieutenant General with finding out more about these shipments.
Chasing more wagons full of Aurum?
Something like that. It is clear there will be no more aid from Stokes now, and I still have an army to outfit. Perhaps we will find something we can actually keep.
If money's what you're after, maybe you'd entertain the notion of joining our posse. That goes for you too, Miss Redbird.
What are you talking about?
I'll explain everything on the way back to the lab. Danny, you stay here and help unload the supplies. You can give Nadine the lowdown. Come meet us at the lab when you're done.
Will do.
I am sending one of our hunters to return Mulberry to the fort. He can show you the way back.
Much appreciated. Right, let's get a move on. You coming with us, Miss Legere?
Damn right. Someone's gotta be sure you don't blow yourself sky high. And can it with the Miss Legere bunk? It's Harley.
Duly noted. Now let's get going.
Just one more thing before you go, Harley. You said you were a journalist, yes?
That's right.
Do you believe the townspeople would take an interest in our cause?
Some might. I can certainly tell my employer about the treatment you've received.
Please do. I have a statement I would like you to carry back. The Autumn are a peaceful people. We wish to be your good neighbors and friends. But if a Vespuccian soldier or any other person comes with violent intent to harm us, we will do what we must to protect our people.
Got it. Would you be willing to sit for an interview with someone from the post?
Gladly. My words are for all who will listen with open hearts.
I'll make sure your message is received.
Thank you.
Thanks for showing us back, partner. We can take it from here. Well, would you look at that? Didn't think I'd be seeing old Jesse again. I'm keeping this arrowhead as a good luck charm. And who knows, maybe some collector out there would be interested in acquiring the arrowhead that nearly wiped out Gentleman Jake.
Híjole, is he always like this?
What is it?
Bars of...
Odd.
Good question. Too bad there, but at least... No indication of what's inside. Just a bunch of uniforms.
We haven't much time left.
Nadine, help me up. Let's roll this out to the boys. Hey, did you see these crates over here?
What about them?
They're all marked Rosewater.
Isn't this delivery coming from?
Yeah.
We should go.
Right. Let's...
You have come back to us. Did you obtain what you needed?
Yes, with this dynamite, getting into the lab will be quite easy.
Then I am glad the raid proved fruitful.
Chief Lutzi, I am curious. Now that you can arm your people, what...
I can certainly
You know me?
We are close enough to the new spec. To answer your question, peace has not worked.
You strike me as a... Do not... not...
I appreciate...
We found some...
And you did...
They were all...
Caramba.
The last thing we need is the royals on a... The Union... The...
And in...
It is for...
You... Danny, you come... Well... Much right...
You better... And... That's right.
Game Crash, okay.
I wonder how things will go for the Otham now that they have firearms.
Well enough, I hope. Provided they don't point them at us.
Wirklich eine gute Idee.
I shouldn't leave this here.
It's good to see someone who respects their country.
Can we talk?
What's on your mind? 'Cause you know I've been wondering about the Otham. What do you suppose will happen to them now that they're armed with guns?
I don't know, but at least they have a fighting chance now.
If Stokes attacks and they successfully fend him off, then perhaps he will leave them alone. But it will certainly not happen without bloodshed.
Well, best of luck to him.
Enough jabber. Let's push on. Hey, Phil? Let's talk.
What about?
So how did you wind up here in Vespuccia?
That is a very long story, and I do not wish to relate it now. Perhaps another time?
Fair enough. I have to ask, what went on at the Rosewater Post?
That so-called newspaper editor dared to write that the People's Revolution was over, that we had been crushed by the forces of the Spanish army. Defeated. We will not abandon our cause. I demanded a correction. What did I get instead? A defenestration.
Rough break.
Yes.
Right. Carry on.
You're quite certain you know what you're doing?
Just leave everything to me, and stand far, far back.
Impressive work there, Phil.
Gracias.
And an explosion will certainly liven up your article. Eh, Harley?
Hey, Phil? Let's talk.
What about?
How did you become so proficient with explosives?
The science of it always fascinated me. Even as a child, I read a great deal about mining and demolitions. The lessons were invaluable. So, when my parents sent me to university, I studied civil engineering. Most people do not realize just how much care must be taken when dealing with dynamite.
Hang on. You have a university education?
Of course. Does this surprise you?
No, I just didn't think a revolutionary would have a degree.
Well, I do. From the Escuela Superior de Ingenieros in Madrid.
Right. Carry on. How are you holding up, Jake?
Oh, just fine, just fine. Well, slap my behind and call me Betsy.
Not sure what I was expecting to find, but it wasn't this.
It has been completely ransacked.
Still, there's gotta be some indication of where Clark took his money. Let's take a look around. But watch yourselves. No telling what any of these doohickeys might be capable of.
Fort Beaumont's parade flag looking worse for wear.
February 12th, 1850. Upon hearing news of the reactionary and ignorant, when they hounded you out after the expo, and I wouldn't be surprised if after enduring such a trying year, I know how much building that. One day when rationality again prevails in the halls of government and this, with warm regards, P.S. How you managed to rig a TT-180 console to control both your equipment and door mechanisms still baffles me. Mine is dead.
Looks like it's connected to the door somehow.
And that wire runs to the console back there.
Won't do us any good if there's nothing power in this place, though.
At least Dr. Clark practiced fire safety. I can't see through. The window... A wooden mannequin in a cage? I have so many questions.
You sure you want them answered?
Hey, Phil? Let's talk.
What about?
Clark's lab is really quite something, wouldn't you agree?
Yes, something unnatural. Something perverse. What possessed him to undertake this research is beyond me.
Right. Carry on. Can we talk?
What's on your mind?
This place sure is something, isn't it?
I admit, I never gave much credence to all that ethericity business, but seeing all them contraptions and appurtenances, let's just say it's given me a new appreciation for Clark's tenacity.
Enough jabber. Let's push on.
Bist du noch aktiv, oder?
I can't make heads nor tails of this chicken scratch. There's about 2 inches of dust. Empty. Not really surprising. Looks like some type of cannon, and it's pointing right at the cage.
Okay. Cool. Good. Ich frage mich halt, ob das die richtige Entscheidung war, denen die Waffen zu geben. Wahrscheinlich nicht. Wir hätten ihnen eher die andere Nahrung geben sollen. Aber egal, was ich ausgewählt habe, letztendlich haben die trotzdem gesagt, dass sie Waffen gekriegt haben. Was ich nicht ganz verstehe.
Not much left. Some books and a broken device. What in the ether is this thing?
I wouldn't get too close.
Some kind of console. Seems to connect. Is this some kind of combination or code?
1207.
One of 4 dials. It's anyone's guess what they do. It won't turn any further that way. One of the dials is... It won't turn any further that way. TT-180. Must be this contraption's model number. That won't fit there. Nothing happened. This console isn't getting any power. I guess this measures etheric pressure, whatever that means.
This Clark fellow was into some strange things, wasn't he?
I'm starting to understand why he chose to do his work out in the middle of nowhere.
This may have held something interesting once, but now it's just lodging for spiders. This must be where Clark parked his rear during his experiments. This is where all the cables wind up. No good. There's some power getting through, but it needs more. I can't remove it with my hand. That won't help me remove the panel.
Aber mit dem Lockpick bestimmt auch öffnen. Aber okay.
Way too high for me.
Want me to give you a boost?
Nah, I still couldn't reach. I'll think of something else. Maybe this will help. Then again, maybe not. I can't begin to fathom what these contraptions are for.
Nothing of use to us.
Anything interesting in there?
Not really. Probably why they were left behind.
Guess we won't get to see what's up on the roof.
Just as well. I prefer to keep my feet on the ground.
This may have held something interesting. At least Dr. Clark empty. Must take ages.
Probably beat.
Dr. Clark.
Dios mío, what is this abomination?
Howdy, folks. Interested in learning about Coltit's miracle elixir?
Of course we are, little lady.
Then step on over here.
Some of these bottles are starting to collect dust. Special offer. Limited time only. 1 bottle for 5 crowns. I'm sure there's a lesson here about the laws of supply and demand. Professor Xander Coltit III. Good medicine for good people. My guess is the primary ailment these folks cure is swollen purses.
Boy, oh boy, I sure wish I was you.
Beg pardon?
Why, today's your lucky day.
Is that right?
Yes, sirree. You're just in time to experience the travesty of Xander Coltit III's miracle elixir.
The what now?
Oh, dang. I mean, the majesty of Xander Coltit III's miracle elixir. My name is Olivia Coltit, and I'm here to answer all your questions about this evolutionary new medication.
Erzähl mal.
Are you sure you don't mean revolutionary new medication?
That's what I said. So, do you want to hear about it or not?
Fine, I'll bite. Tell me about this miracle elixir.
Glad you asked. From the maker of the wildly popular Coltit's Emulsified Soporific comes Coltit's Miracle Elixir, the finest, most elective tonic in Vespuccia. Guaranteed to treat and cure all illnesses from arthritis to yellow fever. And for a special limited time, we're selling it for the treasonable price of just 5 crowns.
Sounds pretty miraculous, all right. What's in this elixir, anyway?
Oh, I don't know. Daddy's the one who makes it. Oh, but I know he gets a secret ingredient from some lady named Ethel. He always talks about her when he makes a new batch.
5 crowns seems a bit pricey. How about I give you 2 instead?
Sorry, ma'am. Daddy told me not to hackle.
I'm not in the market for your elixir right now.
Okay. Come back when you change your mind.
Say, do you know anything about that lab over there?
No, but I did hear a big boom coming from that way. Was that your doing?
No.
Oh, come on. You could tell me. I'm no tattler.
I said no. Now stop asking.
Fine, jeez.
Look, kid, we're not born yesterday, townies. You can spare us the song and dance.
Oh, leave her be. I think she's charming.
Thanks, mister. My daddy says that to get anywhere in this business, charm is financial.
I think you mean essential?
I know what I mean.
You wouldn't happen to be related to a kid in Rosewater named Jem, would you?
No, ma'am. Far as I know, I'm a lonely child.
Why are you parked in the middle of the desert when there's a town full of potential customers not 2 miles from here?
Oh, I'm just minding the wagon while my daddy's doing his business at the fort. But he told me to stand out here and detract anybody who might come by.
And has anyone else come by?
Oh, sure. Tons of folk. Only one who didn't stop was a feller on horseback. Too bad, 'cause the guy he was hauling looked like he could have used some elixir.
So, about that elixir.
See? Told you you'd change your mind.
I'm not in the market for your elixir.
Okay.
I think I've heard
It was a real pressure.
Ich warte damit mal noch.
No handles. Must only open from the inside. Hey, guard!
What is it?
Did Captain Stokes come back here? We lost sight of him after the attack.
He's here. Don't think he's up to receiving anyone, though.
Carry on, soldier.
Right.
Hey, Phil? Let's talk.
What about?
Can you think of any way to get that box down?
I'm afraid reaching high things has...
Right. Carry on. Can we talk?
What's on your...
Any clever ideas to get to that confounded box?
Not too many.
Hang on.
Beg pardon?
Let's put that gunslinger...
I may be a showman. It's as I said about those bottles. I never perform
Might I borrow that air...
By all means.
Enough jabber.
Mit der Pfeilspitze kriegen wir die Trauben auf.
Let's see if this works. That did it. Looks like something chewed through it. There's a thought, but this is way too big. I hope this isn't considered treason. That should do it. No wonder the power's not getting through. This wire's all corroded.
Da brauchen wir das Elixier für. Hm.
Miss Colton.
Yes.
So.
See?
All right, give me a ball.
Yay! How about your friends? Want 2 more for them?
We'll share.
Oh, okay. If you change your mind, you know where to find me. And if we're gone by then, well, best of luck to you.
I think I've heard enough for now. We'll just be going.
It was a real pressure.
Whew! That'll put hairs on your chest. I'd prefer to keep the cloth dry. Not much left. Let's put some of this elixir to good use.
Was ist das? Ich bin so clever.
Looks a bit worse for wear. Just have to get it working. Looks a bit worse for wear. Hot damn!
Looks like Phil managed to get the door open.
I wonder if they found anything inside.
I'd say so, yes.
We are up and running.
Impressive.
This technology is amazing. What did this Clark fellow intend to do with such power?
I'm beginning to wonder about that myself.
Ja, ist richtig die Idee.
Nice job getting the lights back on.
Get everything squared with the Otham?
I think so.
They're adequately supplied. They should be well off for some time.
Well, I suppose we should see about...
Hello? Is someone in here?
Damn. Looks like we've attracted some attention.
I come in peace. Please, make yourself known.
Guess we don't have much choice.
Hail! Goodness, I wasn't expecting so many of you.
And we weren't expecting anybody at all.
Do you have some interest in Dr. Clark as well?
Yes, you could say that. I am Paul Burkhart, emissary of the Luminarians.
The what now?
We are disciples of Dr. Clark, protectors of his artifacts and legacy.
No kidding. So you must know all about him then.
Quite so.
You know, I think we've met one of these disciples already.
You must be referring to Samuel. He is quite protective of this place. If you seek enlightenment, we will be glad to share our wisdom with you. But let us all return to the commune. We must not further defile the sanctity of this place. Come, I am eager to learn about you all. Welcome to Chrysalis, friends. Feel free to explore, converse with the residents. You'll find we have much to offer. We'll speak again soon.
What an accommodating feller.
This is all very strange. You all might be into this porqueria, but I want no part of it. I am going back to the lab.
Suit yourself. All right, let's see what we can learn about where Clark's stash might be. But let's not overplay our hand, shall we? If anybody asks, our interest is purely academic.
I'm really not a good liar, Mr. Ackerman.
Shoot, nobody's asking you to lie, sugar. Just withhold certain details. We're interested in learning about Clark. That's all there is to it. Come on, Danny. Let's see where our friend's gone off to.
I know lying doesn't come natural to some. For others, it's like breathing. Don't take this amiss, but if you'd like some pointers, sometimes it's good to be able to keep certain things to yourself you don't want everybody and his uncle to know.
Oh. All right.
Make sure you don't break eye contact. Shifty eyes are a telltale sign of dishonest intent.
You seem to have a lot of experience in these matters.
Oh, leider muss ich morgen zur Arbeit, muss Geschenke anschauen morgen. Ah, okay, dann habt eine gute Nacht. Ja, das VOD kannst du dir auf YouTube hier angucken, dann. Ich werde es wahrscheinlich jetzt auch nicht zu Ende spielen und dann morgen wahrscheinlich weiterspielen. Dann bis später, bis morgen oder so und gute Nacht. Schön, dass du dabei warst.
Maybe, but I only lie when it's necessary.
You find it necessary to lie?
Sure, at times. To save my skin. You don't?
I haven't needed to.
Lucky you. Hope that keeps working out for you. But if anyone asks what you were up to the day when, say, a wagon got raided outside Rosewater, a little capacity for dissimulation might be handy to have.
Your advice is appreciated. I'll just see what I can find out on my own.
Kitchen to the left, rostrum to the right.
Freut mich, dass es dir gefällt.
Kitchen to the left, rostrum to the right.
Dankeschön.
If the smell's anything to go by, that crate's full of fertilizer. If the smell's anything to go by... Not very intimidating. No wonder the crops are bare. Suppose that's where the animals are kept. Certainly colorful. They have an automated irrigation. I can't be seeing things. Danny and Nadine saw that strange haze too. There's nothing wrong with my eyes. There must be something wrong with the sky. Whatever turning on that generator did, I hope it's not permanent. All right then. Hey, Phil, you in here?
Had enough of those luminous lunatics too, did you?
I don't know. They seem okay. Just a bit odd.
More than a bit, if you ask me. Anyway, now that the power is restored, we can see about getting inside that locked room.
Looks like it's gonna...
And that what?
Jetzt so einfach. Kann nicht sein.
No good. I guess those dials aren't set up correctly.
Mhm.
One of the dials is... That won't fit there.
Muss mit Seite.
Seems to be working now. Hey, Phil? Let's talk.
What about?
Nothing, I suppose. Never mind.
Whatever you say. I will stay in here.
Gucken, ob sich hier was verändert hat.
This isn't much use with a wheel missing. Handle still looks good, at least. This is... Nadine, could we have a word?
Of course.
You enjoying yourself here?
These are good people. I'm glad we met them.
You don't find them a bit... odd?
I'll admit, I don't quite comprehend their philosophical ideas, but they've welcomed us with open arms. The least we can do is offer open minds.
I'll leave you to your conversation. Excuse me?
Ah, hello. You must be one of Miss Redbird's companions.
That's right. Harley Legere.
My name is Evan. Evan Holbrook. Welcome to Chrysalis.
Evan was just showing me the cookhouse. You know they grow or raise everything they eat here themselves?
Well, mostly. Sometimes we need to resupply from town, but we aim to be fully self-reliant. Our dedication will be rewarded with bounty.
So, are you the biscuit roller for this community, or what?
Not quite. Everyone in Chrysalis does their part. It's my day on the rota to fix breakfast.
Do you have a doctor?
We have a few skilled in healing, yes. I do wish we had more knowledge of agriculture. Our crops haven't been thriving like we hoped.
Did you ever meet Dr. Clark?
Alas, no. I hadn't really heard of him before the expo. I was looking at the wax anatomical models in the medical marvels exhibit. But my wife said they turned her stomach, so she went to see the etheric pavilion instead. I don't think she really knew who Bennett Clark was either. It was just something to pass the time. If only either of us knew what a significant thing was about to happen.
Clark's demonstration?
Indeed. The miracle that drew aside the veil and took my wife and the other 14 blessed souls up into the etheric realm. I only regret that I wasn't there, so I could have gone along with her.
Exactly what was Dr. Clark researching?
Ethericity, of course.
Of course, but what about it? Energy sources? Industrial applications? What?
Miss Legere, I couldn't begin to tell you. Whatever reasons he may have given the public, the bankers, the professors, and what have you, his true purpose was to open the way for humanity to pass into the etheric realm. And it wasn't easy. He spent 2 years in that laboratory before transcending. Soon the day will come when we all can follow him.
Do you know where Dr. Clark disappeared to?
Evocator Bennett didn't disappear. He transcended.
Again, you use this word. What do you mean by it?
He passed through the etheric gateway and joined with the luminous ones in the cosmos.
Oh.
What's your story, Evan? How did you join up with these folks?
Well, like many of the others here, I was living in New Britannia. My wife was there at the etheric demonstration at the expo. I thought I'd lost her forever. But emissary Paul found me and explained how she hadn't perished, merely transcended. At first, I didn't believe him. I wanted to throttle him, actually.
I can understand that reaction.
But I realized that in my grief, I had become blinded.
Oh, I am so sorry.
Don't be. One day I'll transcend too, and we'll be reunited in the ether.
You said your crops weren't doing well. Why not?
Getting the irrigation in this year saved some of the crop, but we're facing lean times. We simply must find a way to grow enough to feed everyone.
It was good talking to you. I'll leave you both to it.
Goodbye for now.
See you later, Harley.
Full of grain, by the look of it. I think I saw this model in the latest Bulls Clearage Frontier catalog. Fancy. My, that's quite imaginative. Is this breakfast?
It will be. I hope everyone likes it.
The handle is attached with bolts, not screws. Well, well, if it isn't my old friend.
The Defiler returns.
Hey now, don't get your britches in a twist.
You're a guest of Emissary Paul, so I'm obliged to welcome you. But if you continue casting your shadows of discord over all that is bright here, there will be consequences.
Now just where do you get off saying I'm casting shadows of discord or whatever?
I caught you trespassing outside the laboratory. Then your friend blasted the door off.
It was all in the name of research. I'm just as interested in all this as you.
You've a peculiar way of showing it.
Did you ever have a chance to meet Dr. Clark?
No. Nor did I desire to.
No?
Ethericity is not a power to be trifled with. I've no interest in meeting someone who treats it as a plaything.
Where did Dr. Clark end up?
Not where he should have.
Do you know any details about Dr. Clark's research?
He was toying with fire, pure and simple. He may have been inspired and driven to his work by the luminous ones, but he was only their tool. He did not acknowledge their undeniable glory or show them the proper respect. He took a battering ram to the door of heaven. When they tired of the noise, they whisked him away inside the gates. while the rest of us still wait outside.
So what you're saying is, you don't actually know.
I've underestimated you. I didn't think there could be someone more arrogant than Dr. Clark.
What's so special about this place that they've got you standing guard?
This building houses our collection of artifacts salvaged from Dr. Clark's laboratory.
Oh, so you're the ones who looted the place.
We did not loot it. We saved important items from obscurity and decay.
So what brought you to Chrysalis?
My personal business is none of yours.
Touchy. Think I might take a quick peek?
Absolutely not. Outsiders are forbidden.
What if I brought you a new artifact for your collection?
Then I would be very surprised. We've already retrieved everything of value from the laboratory.
Even from that locked room?
That room is inaccessible. Do not even consider attempting to breach it.
So how does one go about joining your little club?
You think if you joined us that I would just suddenly allow you to enter?
Sure, you said only outsiders were forbidden.
Nice try, but not on my watch.
I'll leave you to your guarding. Try not to die of boredom.
Right, little guy. Nice fella.
Quite the contraption. The butterflies sure seem to like these flowers. They seem enthralled by Paul's ramblings. Hey, Danny?
What's going on?
So, what's our friend on stage been jabbering about?
What hasn't he? This guy makes Jake seem like a silent monk by comparison. Anyway, it's mostly been about Clark, his etheric research in New Britannia, how he built his lab out here after the Expo disaster. Excuse me, miracle, that sort of thing. He says Clark transcended. I'm not sure what that means.
I get the impression it means he's dead.
Oh, that's too bad.
What's your impression of Chrysalis?
Well, it's peculiar. Everybody's got a job to do, a way to help. Nobody's left out, and that's nice. But all this stuff about etheric beings? It sounds,
Crazy?
You said it, not me. Anyhow, I wouldn't mind hanging around a while.
I was wondering if you might help me out with something.
What?
There's a toolbox inside Clark's lab that's out of reach, and I've had no luck getting it down. Think you might put your pistols to the task?
I could do that. Yeah, you want to go right now?
Yes, let's head over now.
Sure thing. Just lead the way.
That's it, up there.
Right.
Nice shot.
Thanks, Harley. Happy to help. So, what's inside that box that's so important anyway?
Guess we all get to find out together.
Ah, so you got the box.
There's more than one way to get a box open.
Well, anything good inside?
Not really. Just a wrench and this odd dial thing.
I hope it was worth the trouble, then.
That was good practice, at least. I'm heading back to Chrysalis. See you both later.
Gut.
Phil, you might wanna... Move. Are you alright?
I think so. The cage seems to have absorbed all that energy. Just warn me before you try that again.
So, this console operates equipment by setting the dials in a 4-digit sequence. That means we need to figure out the right code to get the door open. I can't really see through the porthole, but it looks dense in there. I can't see through. The window is too grimy. I'd prefer to keep the cloth dry.
Hi.
I can't make heads nor tails of this chicken scratch. Not much left. Some books and a broken device. Hey, Phil? Let's talk.
What about?
Any ideas what the code for the door might be?
It could be anything. Are you intending to guess it?
Unless I find it written somewhere, I don't see any other way.
Santa Maria, that could take months. If what is behind that door is so important, then the code itself must be something meaningful to Clark. Maybe you can deduce it by learning more about him. I am certain those payasos at the commune will have plenty to share.
Wie? Fitness or brute forcen.
A bunch of Clark's things are collected at the commune, but one of the Luminarians is guarding the place.
Naturally. Are you seeking a distraction?
If you have an idea, I'm all ears.
It just so happens I do. I have had a look around, and this machinery is quite unstable. With a few more items, I could finish what we started with the door and send this whole place up in smoke. That would give you time to search, no?
It would, but it seems a touch extreme. What would you need exactly?
Well, mainly fertilizer and flammable liquid for accelerant. I can construct a detonator out of scrap I found, but I will need something to serve as the plunger to set it off.
Well, I'll consider it. Right, carry on. Here, can you use this as an accelerant?
Definitely. Alcohol this potent will be very effective. No, it is your responsibility. I do not understand. A fine tool. I will stay in here.
This had better work, Phil. I'll have this handle off in a jiff. Hey, Danny?
What's going on?
So, where did you learn to shoot?
I, used to know some folks that were handy with pistols. They gave me a few pointers and I just sorta picked it up.
If you had to pick a 4-digit number sequence that was easy to remember, what would you pick?
Suppose it'd be something important? A date, maybe? Or a memorable year? Never really thought about it.
I'll leave you to the lecture. He's listening. He does go on, doesn't he?
My friends, today we give thanks for our manifold blessings. On this day of celebration, the Evocator's Day of Transcendence. And why do we celebrate today, on the 8-month anniversary? Because 1 is nothing special. 1 is an isolating, selfish, lowly number. But 8 is perfection. 8 is infinity. 8 is the flap of the butterfly's wings. On this day in March of this year, exactly 8 months ago, the luminous ones called Evocator Bennett up to join them in the luminiferous ether. In so doing, they showed us the path of light, where soon we all shall follow. Now our soul sibling Bennett dwells among them in the etheric realm beyond this earth, in a transcendent union of cosmic harmony and peace. Here in Chrysalis, at the Evocator's laboratory, and on the other side, the luminous ones are waiting. When he first arrived here, in that twice-blessed year, for never forget that 8 is the most sacred number, Evocator Bennett perhaps did not yet know that he was building a temple. But that is what it was, my friends. A temple, a lighthouse, a shining beacon in the dark. A divine instrument that would pierce the cosmic veil, letting the ether's light shine through to guide us, calling the luminous ones, calling us here, calling us home. We will never forget the momentous occasion when this holy work began, when Evocator Bennett came west and he raised a light to the heavens and cried, and 2 years later, his call was answered, and he was taken. And oh, friends, it is joyous. There we are freed. There we are not women and men, not young and old. There we exist as pure souls. Our bodies are curled up tight in these fleshly shells. And believe me, friends, it is beautiful. In the ether, we must free among our souls. 2 years ago, Evocator Bennett called them here. And 8 months ago, his call was answered.
So war es am 8. Juni.
They're really fond of this butterfly.
I kinda like it.
I've had about as much of that. I hope I'm not interrupting anything.
Ah, Harley. Miss Larkin here was just telling me about this fascinating place.
Hello and welcome. It's so nice to have visitors. What is it you do around here? Plenty. I help in the fields and in the kitchen, but my particular gift is keeping Chrysalis beautiful and its people inspired. All the murals and paintings you see around the commune are my work.
And a fine job you've done.
Why, thank you. I agree. You've really managed to liven up this desert with some color. Yes, that was my intent. I'm glad it comes across. How did you end up here in Chrysalis? Ethericity always fascinated me. I joined up with the Luminarians when they were passing through Rampton on their way west. We founded Chrysalis here, close to the Evocator's laboratory, and where the veil is parted. The veil? The boundary between our world and the ether, the realm of the cosmos, home of the luminous ones. The barrier is very thin here. Can't you feel it? There's definitely something in the air. I've noticed you all sure are fond of butterflies. What better creature to symbolize transcendence? Like butterflies, we too will undergo a metamorphosis, pass through the veil into the ether, and join the luminous ones. Not only that, their wings have 8 sections, and they flap in a figure 8 pattern. Does that mean something? Evocator Bennett's sacred number, of course. Sacred number? What does that mean? The number 8 is very important. It appears constantly in the Evocator's writings, and Bennett himself was born on the 8th of August, 1788. That's quite a coincidence. Coincidence is mere illusion. Did you ever meet Dr. Clark? I did. Once. Such a brilliant mind. We didn't speak long, but I felt as though we'd conversed for hours. Do you have an idea of where Dr. Clark might be currently? Of course. He's with the luminous ones. Pardon? The beings on the other side of the veil. The ones who dwell in the ether. You're saying Clark is dead? Not dead. Transcended. Eternal. You still have much to learn. It's good you're with us now. Everything will become clear soon. Trust me. What exactly was Dr. Clark's etheric research about? Truth. Lovely sentiment, but could you be a bit more specific? He sought to connect us with the world above, to unite us with the luminous ones. He succeeded in not only opening the door, but stepping through and crossing the veil. He showed that the way is possible. Now we all must learn to follow. All right. Thanks for the chat. Be well.
Don't wander too far now.
Something about that makes my skin crawl. The butterfly makes this one less creepy, but not by much. A reliable water supply is everything out here. It won't turn any further. Not Clark's birthday. Good to know he wasn't quite so conceited. No good. I guess those dials aren't set up correctly.
Years ago. (1945). 6. Oh, 8. 45.
No good. I guess those dials aren't set up correctly. No good. I guess those dials aren't set up correctly.
Something, was gesagt, vor 8 Monaten, jetzt ist März. 3 Monate, 12 Monate minus 5 Monate ist Juli.
No good. I guess those dials aren't set up correctly.
letzte Jahr.
Hot damn.
Nicely done.
Well, nothing horrible came out, shall we?
After you. Santo cielo!
What in the ether happened in here?
I do not know, but I am not going in any further.
Ripe and juicy tomatoes. How can they grow without any soil?
Easy. Devilry.
This might be of interest to our friends in Chrysalis. This is easily one of the strangest things I've ever had in my possession. Completely overgrown.
Probably for the best.
Will this work as a plunger?
Why, yes, I think so. Thank you.
These squashes look healthy. I've never seen anything like that before. Have you?
No, and I never want to see anything like it again.
Some huge green bean pods. These mannequins are disturbingly lifelike. This one seems to be the happiest of the bunch.
How can you tell?
It's the only one smiling. This one's posed like it's reaching for something.
Clark's research involved playing with life-size dolls? Que locura!
This one's just staring at his buddy. Ripe and juicy tomatoes. These squashes look healthy. Hey, Phil, let's talk.
What about?
Right, carry on. Hey, Phil,
What about?
Right. Here's some fertilizer for you.
Ah, excellent. Thank you. Perfecto. This is everything I need. Are you ready?
Not just yet. I think I'd like to look around some more.
Very well. Let me know when you are ready. I will stay in.
Have a look at this.
What? Where did this come from?
Clark's lab. His test room, to be precise.
You were able to get inside?
Sure was. It was full of plants and all kinds of weird equipment. The ethericity seems to have boosted the growth of the seeds somehow. It's like a jungle in there.
I cannot condone your reckless disregard for the sanctity of the laboratory, but I also cannot deny the importance of this discovery. I must alert Emissary Paul immediately.
Wir brauchen das nicht in die Luft jagen. Natürlich machen wir das auch, ne?
I'd better be quick. No telling when that chump might come back. Hey, Phil?
What about?
All right, I'm ready for your distraction.
Meet me outside in a quarter of an hour, and prepare for a show that will make Jake envious. All right, everything is prepared. Take one last look. When you are ready, just say the word.
I hate to do this. I wish there had been another way.
No turning back now. 3, 2, 1. Carajo! That was beautiful! Now, I suggest you get back to the commune and find whatever it is you were looking for. I will meet you and the others by the railroad tracks when you are done.
There's gotta be something in here that will tell me what happened to Dr. Clark's money. What in the hell is this supposed to be? Didn't do anything. Probably for the best. The things some people will keep for posterity, I'll never understand. Let's see. Books on science, engineering, astronomy. I'm sure this is all fascinating, but it's not going to help me any. Full of all kinds of liquids. I'd rather not know what they are. Even more books in here. Some novels, poetry books, and what's this? Looks like a diary.
I should have known. Get out of here this instant, degenerate! Don't you dare try any more trickery, or Emissary Paul will hear of it.
At least I found what I was looking for. Damn, that's got a kick to it. No effect that I can see. Must be nice to actually be able to understand this stuff. That didn't do much. Lots of extra glassware. Nothing I need. Nothing but empty vials and flasks. Bottles of different colors. Nothing helpful. Lots more books. Mostly about technical subjects. Nothing that would help me locate Clark's stash, though. Even more books and what's... I'm not leaving until I know for sure what... The final entry is bookmarked with a letter. Definitely worth a read. But first...
Ein neues Projekt, ein neues Tagebuch für meine Notizen. Beobachten muss immer bei den Experimenten zur Erzeugung und Anwendung Ich glaube, man kann sie effizient aus der Luft gewinnen. Und es gibt eine immense Zahl von Anwendungen. Ich sehe die Straßen vom Landheits leuchten, nicht mit den Flackern, teuren Ölflammen, nur mit ätherischem Licht von Lampen ohne Brennstoff. Verpackte, effiziente ätherische Motoren, die wirkarmen Diffusionsgeneratoren als Antrieb Luftschiffe ersetzen. Ich sehe die Fabriken unserer Nationen um Bewegung gehalten, nicht im Speicher des Angesichts oder mit Kohlefeuern, sondern mit der sauberen, reichhaltigen Kraft der Elektrizität. Die Anwendungsmöglichkeiten sind grenzenlos. Um sie umzusetzen, muss ich dem der effizienten Erzeugung verwenden und der zuverlässigen Speicherung. Selbst wenn die Energie bei Bedarf aus der Atmosphäre abgenommen werden kann, ist der Zwischenspeicher erforderlich, der den Überschuss aufnimmt und kontrolliert abgibt. Ohne einen Mechanismus zur Regulierung des unvorhersehbaren Stroms der Rohenergie wäre es so, als würde man sich zum Frühstück einer Pyramidstern gönnen. Warum muss ich zum Cunningham Glasröhren und Ampullen bestellen? Daher mal. Hier. Noch Wochen offen zu liefern. Ich hoffe, er hat seine. nicht Manipulation. Das ist krass.
February 9th, 1850.
That's only 9 months ago.
Clark, I have a business proposal. Relinquish that dusty laboratory in the middle of nowhere. Come to El Presidio. You may stay in my suite at the Jolly Good Club. My Orem Star membership and military rank afford me certain privileges. You will be furnished with the comforts owing to a man of your intellect and accomplishments.
It's signed L.
P.S. You needn't have any concern for your valuables, as there is ample secure storage in the room. One of the aforementioned perks.
Interesting. Jake will want to see this.
I heard a big boom, and then they all went running toward the lab.
That's where Phil went. Do you think...
Hey, there's Holly.
Do you have any idea what all this ruckus is about? Or where Phil's gone?
Both, and I'll gladly tell you, but we need to get out of here right now.
Right behind you, my dear.
I'm glad to see you all made it out of there in one piece.
Likewise.
Would you two care to explain what that was all about?
I needed a way to get inside that shrine to Clark, and Phil provided the distraction.
So you blew up the lab?
You should have seen it. Some of my finest work.
I have to admit, that was resourceful of you. Although we probably shot whatever goodwill we had with the Luminarians.
I should say, was that really necessary?
If you ask me, we did the world a favor by raising that chamber of horrors.
I assume you didn't come up empty-handed.
I found Clark's journal. Have a look at this letter that was inside.
An invitation to the Jolly Good Club in El Presidio?
Yep. Check the date.
9 months ago. Ah.
That's right about the time he disappeared, isn't it?
It is indeed. I'd say it's obvious that the good doctor accepted the invitation.
And took his money with him?
Well, it wasn't in Chrysalis or his lab. And listen to this. You needn't have any concern for your valuables, as there is ample secure storage in the room. Don't get much clearer than that.
Suppose we should start packing if El Presidio is our next destination.
Now, let's not get ahead of ourselves. First and foremost, we need some transportation.
You haven't got any? Don't you tour around?
Sure, but our show wagon ain't gonna fit all of us.
Plus, we'll need it to store all the show's props and equipment while we're gone. There's that lady in town with a wagon now. Heard her talking at the saloon once. Said she hires it out to travelers.
Sounds promising. Who is she?
Her name's Lola Johnson.
Lola Johnson, huh?
You know her?
Not personally, but I've heard of her.
We should head back to Rosewater, no?
Yeah, let's get a move on. Right. Harley, I'm putting you in charge of hiring us some transportation. Danny and I are going back to the theater to settle some business. Come get us once you've arranged a ride.
And just how am I meant to arrange it, financially speaking?
Well, now that may get a mite tricky. Our contract was to pay out at the end of the show's run, but seeing as we'll be breaking that contract, I'm sad to say we'll be forfeiting those proceeds. Anybody else got funds to contribute to the kitty?
Not unless this Johnson woman accepts pesos. And I've few enough of those at that.
I'm afraid I haven't got anything either.
Harley, my dear, I'm afraid we must then prevail upon you to furnish the petty cash needed to get our expedition aloft. Seeing as you're the only other one of our posse who's currently in the position of being gainfully employed. And it goes without saying, but you'll be fully reimbursed once we find what we're looking for. On top of your share. With interest.
I certainly hope so.
Wonderful. Well then, we'll be seeing you later.
What about you two?
I think I'll pay Dr. Sedgwick a visit. It's been ages.
And I owe him proper thanks for his care.
See you in a bit, Harley.
I strongly suggest you get out of my sight.
All good with you, Nadine?
Yes, thank you.
I should probably get out of... The final entry is bookmarked with a letter.
February 9th.
That...
Clock you.
It... Could we have a word in private, Jake?
Sure. What's on your mind?
So, what have you picked up from these fine folks?
This ethericity stuff is much more complex than I thought. Seems our friend Dr. Clark may have been on to something after all.
I'll just leave you to it then. He's listening to the... Hey, Jake. I've got something to show you.
So, show me.
I'd prefer to speak in private.
Excuse me a moment, won't you, darling? All right, what do you got?
I found Clark's journal. Have a look at this letter that was inside.
An invitation to the Jolly Good Club in El Presidio?
Yep. Check the date.
9 months ago. Wow. Nice sleuthing, Harley. Let's round up the others and say our goodbyes. We need to plan our next steps.
Leaving us so soon? But you've only just arrived.
We appreciate the hospitality, but it's time we moved on.
If your journey must continue, then so be it. But we cannot thank you enough for your discovery of Evocata Bennett's etheric cultivator, Miss Leger. Once we relocate and configure the equipment, our crops will surely flourish.
That's great to hear. I hope you'll all be well fed this winter.
Know that you will always find welcome in Chrysalis. Farewell, my friends.
Odd bunch of folks, but quite charming in their way.
There is...
That's a fine way of putting it. Anyhow, let's get to the crux of the matter. Harley turned up Clark's diary.
More importantly, I found a letter inside and it was dated 9 months ago.
That's right about the time he disappeared, isn't it?
It is indeed. I'd say it's obvious that the good doctor accepted the
and took his...
Well, and what's that postscript?
You needn't have any concern for your...
Don't get...
So we're following him to El Presidio? That's a long way from here. We sure this isn't going to be a dead end?
You saw for yourself right there in black and white. Clark went to El Presidio, and so we go where the trail leads us. First and foremost...
You haven't got...
Sure, but...
Plus, there's that lady, her name...
You know...
Not personally, but I've heard of her.
We should head back to Rosewater, no?
Yeah. Right. Come...
What about you two?
I think I'll see.
Wir continue tomorrow. Morgen geht's weiter.